April 21st, and I'll ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Councilmember Charette?
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso has not signed on yet.
He's connecting now.
Okay. Councilmember Calvin?
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso?
I'm here.
Councilmember Alexander?
Present.
And Mayor Valdivia.
Here, thank you.
We do have 2 public comments for closed session.
All right, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Trustee Capps, and I'm calling to comment on the closed session, specifically item C. I see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active lawsuits against John Valdivia, who I believe is our current mayor. And so I'm wondering how much all these lawsuits are costing the city to defend. And I'm wondering why Mr. Valdivia is vetoing a $2 million project when all this money is going, I'm assuming, are we paying for all these lawsuits? I mean, defending all these lawsuits is very expensive. So, Mr. Valdivia, if you're listening to this, I think that you need to go back, think about what you're doing, and the city's already spending a lot of money, I'm assuming, defending you in these lawsuits. Let the people in the North End have their cleanup project and just stay out of it. So, I realize you're the mayor, and I'm not showing you disrespect, but I think that there's just an unseemly, well, anyways, I don't want to go on. You get the point. So I hope that you reverse this veto business, and I'll bring that up in a different call. But have a great day, and I hope you have a great meeting. Thank you.
This is a public comment for Treasurer Ortiz for tonight's closed session. Council, you're about ready to go in and discuss every single lawsuit that the mayor is involved in, minus the ones for cannabis. And this is a direct result of his sexual harassment, hostile work environment, bullying, and anything else that he could have done to his employees. On top of that, the substantiated claims that have come from the investigations that have already taken place. In open session, you're going to discuss the possibility of giving the mayor volunteer staff. This guy cannot be around people. It is becoming open knowledge that there is an active investigation into other bullying and harassment of employees outside of the ones that have already filed the lawsuit. This is absolutely ridiculous, and all of you are culpable. If another lawsuit hits this city because of him, because he is a predator and a narcissist and a habitual harasser of employees, this falls on your shoulders. There are other allegations out there from whistleblowers of this guy in Public Works, Andy Ramirez. What are you doing about that? Harassment is a cascading effect. What employees see at the top that is allowed to happen, they think that they're emboldened to do the same. And so how many lawsuits are we going to have to face? The public records requests that are coming out of the city are substantiating the claims by employees in Public Works. The public records requests that come out substantiate the claims about what the mayor's doing. How much money? The mayor wants to sit here and say that he's going to try and save the city $2 million in his pay-to-play scheme up the Oxbow. But why doesn't he care about the millions of dollars he has cost us already in litigation for legal fees? For the $1.3 million that we pay Pepe's, because they have affidavits from other contributors that have said that the mayor has made promises on their behalf if they give money. Enough is enough. Everything is being reported and investigated. But council, you utterly take the responsibility for allowing the mayor to continue these actions without you doing anything. The city attorney is just as culpable. All of these examples of bad behavior that Sony gave at your last meeting, those are all examples of what John is doing, and we're publicly watching it. So when it all comes down at the end of the day, what are you going to do to hold the mayor accountable and to keep employees safe and any future employees that come to the city safe from this predator? Thank you.
That concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. This is a joint regular meeting of the Mayor City Council and the Mayor City Council acting as successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of San Bernardino. We welcome our viewing audience and our public, as well as our excellent staff members. And tonight, let's go ahead and begin tonight's joint regular meeting for April 21st. At this time, I would like to open in memory of one of our city employees. I'd like to open in recognition in memory of Lori McElroy Murphy. Lori joined the city of San Bernardino in 2002 and worked as a dedicated customer service representative here for the city of San Bernardino. After 18 years of service, Lori passed away on February 23rd, 2021. She will be greatly missed, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to her family and friends. And at this time, I'll ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. At this time, I invite Pastor Chris Reinert from the Sandals Church to please.
Mayor, if I may, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to request that we close in honor of, well, I'll just say it, my brother who passed away last Friday, that we close in honor of him, and I'll make a comment towards the end, a little more about him. And it was a surprise, but I'd like to ask that we close this meeting in honor of my brother, Denny Charette, who passed away last Friday.
Absolutely, Councilman. Our condolences to you and your family, sir.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, let's proceed into our invocation. Pastor Chris Reinert from the Sandals Church, if you would please to lead us in the invocation. Following, Pastor, would you please also lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? So let's all stand.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Honored to be here with you all, and Councilman Charette, sorry for your loss there as well. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for tonight. Thank you for the great city of San Bernardino. Thank you for those that are here to lead it, those that are here to voice their thoughts and their opinions. God, I pray that each of us would not rely on our own wisdom, our own thoughts, but God, we would come to you and ask for wisdom. When Solomon asked for wisdom, you said it was a good thing, and so that we would seek much counsel, and that you would lead and guide our great city and raise it to the greatest heights that it can be, and to be a place that people want to come and people want to be. God, I thank you for just the blessing it's been to me and to the people I love. So God, I just pray that you lead this team, this meeting, and this time. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. All right. And I begin to pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Pastor Chris. We appreciate you and your ministry there at Sandals Church in North San Bernardino. Thank you for joining us tonight, and we salute you and your congregation.
Thank you, sir. Honored to be here.
All right, at this time, we'll proceed on to our city clerk. And Miss City Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem? I don't believe she's connected at this time. Councilmember Figueroa?
Here. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time connecting also.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette?
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Okay.
Councilmember Calvin?
President.
Councilmember Alexander?
Here.
And Mayor Valdivia?
Good evening. Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. We appreciate it. Ms. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Mayor, we had several closed session items this evening, but there was only one item of reportable action. On the first item concerning potential to file litigation, the City Council by unanimous vote authorized us to file a receivership action for property located at 2249 Serrano Road. That's all the reportable action that I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Attorney. Moving on to our City Manager, Mr. Field. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Just a few items of note. First of all, tomorrow is
Wait, time out. We're having some audio issues. We hear you very garbled.
Okay. Now?
No, you sound kind of Darth Vader-ish, robot.
That's intentional. No, I'm sorry.
Yes.
If I can defer this.
Okay. All right. Why don't we come back and then maybe Mitch or somebody can go help our City Attorney. We'll come back to you, Mr. City Manager. At this time, we'll open it up to council members. If you could please address the community with your brief comments or updates. We'll start it off with Ward 7 and we'll proceed down the ward line. Councilmember Alexander, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Any upcoming, we just had our 7th ward last Saturday. We had our first quarterly meeting. It was an excellent turnout. On Monday, 7th ward office in conjunction with the San Bernardino District Attorney's Office had a victim witness presentation. It was a nice turnout there, providing information on victims and witnesses if you're a victim of a crime. And that's all that we have done in the last couple of weeks. And that's all for now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Ward 6, Councilmember Kelvin.
I would just like to say happy birthday to Ms. Carruthers. She's a Ward 6 resident, lifetime resident, and she just turned 100 years old.
Happy birthday, Ms. Carruthers. Does that conclude your comments, Ms. Kelvin?
It does.
Thank you. All right, council member from the 5th Ward, Councilman Reynoso, go ahead, sir.
Hey, how's it going? I'll be brief. First, I wanted to say, send my condolences to Councilman Charette. The bond between siblings is unparalleled, and I ask that you take the time to grieve and also celebrate his life. Wanted to brief mention national news. Chauvin was convicted of murder of George Floyd. I want to make note that this is not necessarily justice, but maybe the beginning of somewhat racial justice in America. I want to highlight our neighborhood associations because they're now gathering back in person, which is very exciting for me. That's kind of like a huge green light for me to go to all of your doors now, safely, of course. And we had our last meeting, the Verdemont Neighborhood Association, this past Saturday. Very good meeting. Had some council members accompany me. It was just a really good turnout, and the community is starting to engage each other very organically, and I think it's very beautiful. 2 more announcements. I wanted to mention some local creatives. I'm wearing this Carousel Mall jacket. It's very cool. I'm a nostalgia guy, and if anything is made with San Bernardino branding on it, I'm going to wear it, and I'm trying to acquire it because I'm extremely proud to be from here. And this is just something that's going to emphasize any kind of opportunity to do that and be proud of something that was a staple, but more so a very focal point for San Bernardino. Is that a Carousel Mall, our Carousel Mall. And so check them out at the Locals Outfitter. And lastly, I'll be doing a more formal presentation next week. Hopefully, I'm in contact with my former principal. She was the vice principal at the time, now principal, Ms. Tina Bishop of Cajon High School. I want to congratulate the Cajon mock trial team. They recently competed in the California annual mock trial. They got 5th, but that is in the state overall. And so that's incredible. And I'm just going to read their names really quickly. And I will be given, again, a more formal recognition next week, hopefully. So the names are Fatima Mora Popoca, Amelia Soto, Kevin Amilpa, Cassandra Davis, Giselle Salazar, Raymond Altamirano, Ruben Cerda Vargas, Trap Fott, Caitlin Aguirre, Celeste Alvarez, Andrew Gonzalez, Emery Ho, Jasmine A. Jenkins, Moyo Sorioloa Oduntan. Moyo, I hope I said your name correctly, and I hope that's a nickname. I think it's an extremely cool name. But I just wanted to highlight my old alma mater. I'm a Cajon Cowboy, proud Cowboy for life. And that's the end of my announcements. Thank you.
Councilman Fred Charette, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I guess I asked that we reconsider making announcements at the beginning of the meeting, and I guess I didn't realize that we were actually going to do it. I thought we were going to discuss it and agree on whether we should or shouldn't take up that practice again. So I'm pleased to see it. And I really was unprepared to make any real announcements to that. So I'll take this opportunity to elaborate a little further on my brother's passing. He was the president, CEO, and founder of Crown Printers, most recently changed the name to Crown Connect. Unfortunately, due to COVID this year, he celebrated. I and my younger brother were partners with him, not the whole time, but much of that time. His son and daughter, I think, will be taking over the helm of that company. But unfortunately, Crown Printers, Crown Connect celebrated their 50th year this year, but due to COVID was unable to have a party and or a celebration of that end of that real milestone. So he will be very missed. He's been very engaged in the community and in local affairs and a true leader of this community. I'm sure the obituary and the accolades will go on and on. Very well liked, very well respected, and he will be greatly missed. And I appreciate all the condolences I've received from my colleagues, from friends, from relatives. And again, I would appreciate being able to close in his honor tonight. I appreciate that very much. And thank you all for your thoughts, concerns, prayers, and condolences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Figueroa, Ward 3, sir, go ahead.
None at this time.
Councilmember Barra of Ward 2, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was not prepared, but I do have to recognize two constituents of our city who recently passed away. Ms. Carrie Walker. I've known her for several years, and she gave back to the community, especially our homeless population, and she just recently passed away. Another constituent of mine who passed away, Mr. Frank Valenzuela. He is survived by Miss Anna Valenzuela currently, and so my condolences to both of their families and friends. That is all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Valenzuela, if you're watching, we spoke about a week and a half ago, and my condolences to you and your family. Frank was a friend and a true patriot of the city, and we sent our condolences to you. Thank you, Councilmember Barr, for recognizing him. And Councilmember of the First Ward, Councilman Sanchez, are you there, sir?
Yes. I wasn't prepared as well, but I think it'd be appropriate for me to just bring something up at least. And I'm going to try I'm going to make every effort not to make these statements political. So I thought there's no safer way to do that than to just kind of announce the what's being celebrated at the national level. So I think it's a good way to kind of start off the meeting. So today at the national level, we celebrate National Chocolate Covered Cashews Day, and National Kindergarten Day, and National Administrative Professionals Day. All right, let's get started.
Thank you, Councilman. And I want to send all of our peanut farmers, cashew growers, and nut growers in the Central Valley, thank you very much. And all of specifically our administrative professionals here in the city of San Bernardino. I wanted to do analysis. I just didn't have the time, but we want to send our appreciation. Mine, Renee Brazuela. Thank you very much, Renee. You've been a very, very strong support for me, and I appreciate you. And we thank you to all of our administrative professionals in the city of San Bernardino. Thank you very much for your diligence, your efforts here. Sometimes we don't take the time to pause and reflect on that, and I want to send my appreciation to all of our staff members. Thank you very much in your administrative roles. With that, Mr. City Manager, are you back?
I am. How do I sound now?
Yeah, better, way better.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you, Mitch, for the quick response. Okay, just keep it very brief. But tomorrow is Earth Day, also, so we should note that we are having some celebrations around the city. Had one today, actually, and then on Saturday at Paracel Park from 9 to 1, there will be some additional events to mark Earth Day. As all of you know, we received a very generous grant from San Manuel last week. Very pleased to have been able to do so. Our Animal Services Director rather shamelessly brought along a puppy. The puppy didn't make it off the reservation. That puppy was adopted as a result of that event. So it just proves the value of what we're doing in our Animal Services Division. That was a great day for all of us. And we want to, again, extend our gratitude to the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians for their generosity and their caring for the animals of this region. The library, a couple quick things. Feldheim Library, we are reopening, of course. We're going to have expanded public service hours, and we have some additional public computers available there now. And we're also, the public library system was recognized by the United States Census Bureau as a partner in the 2020 census. Did a great job participating in the census, and we are looking forward to receiving the new numbers. Unfortunately, of course, due to COVID, those are delayed until September, so that's going to complicate things a great deal, but nonetheless, moving forward. Public Works, just a couple quick things. We have started rehabilitation on the soccer fields at Nunez Park. The project's about 25% of the way through, but so it's moving very quickly, and look forward to getting those fixed up and back in operation just in time as, again, we roll out of COVID. Finally, I think we should note we approved at the last council meeting without too much fanfare the award of 2 construction contracts to do another 8 segments of streets. We are in the process as a city, as we have consistently said to the residents of the city, to our constituents, that we are going to continue to work on things here. So we awarded 8 more segments of streets, and those will start immediately and should wrap up by September. And we are already in the process of identifying the next batch of streets to work on, and look forward to continuing to restore the city's the condition of the travelways around the city to a much more presentable state, both aesthetically and, of course, in terms of traveler safety. So that's going to be an ongoing issue. That's going to be an ongoing program for the next few years, I suspect. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. And item number 25 and item number 27 to our viewing audience and public, that was on April 7, 2021, in reference to what our city manager just commented on, $4.05 million to citywide pavement rehabilitation, 4.6, and on the story goes. So we encourage our viewing audience to reference the item number 25 and 27 on April 7th of 2021. We had a very robust spend, and it's for Public Works, and we're very grateful for that. At this time, we'll move into our presentation portion for tonight. There are 2 proclamations that I'd like to spend some time. The first one being DMV Donate Life Month. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, more than 108,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 here in the state of California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list. And on average, 17 people die each day while waiting. And whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. And whereas donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others, deceased organ donors saved more than 33,000 lives last year, the most ever, setting a record. Any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. And whereas California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of San Bernardino, Mayor and Common Council, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as DMV Donate Life Month. And in doing so, we encourage all of our residents and business owners here in the City of San Bernardino, and really all Californians, to check yes online or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the Department of Motor Vehicle. This presented the 21st day of April of 2021. Moving on to our second proclamation for this evening. This is Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2021. This is a proclamation of the Mayor and City Council recognizing and celebrating Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas all children have the right to receive the care, protection, and guidance a family provides to be free from harm and to have their physical, emotional, and educational needs met. State and federal governments have proclaimed April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month for the purpose of promoting community involvement in the prevention of child abuse. And whereas more than 32,000 children in San Bernardino County were referred to Children and Family Services for suspected child abuse and neglect in 2020, and whereas the Adverse Childhood Experiences ACE study conducted by Dr. Vincent Felitti and Robert Anda demonstrates that long-term health, social, and economic risks that result from childhood trauma. And whereas with the blue ribbon as the international symbol for child abuse prevention and the San Bernardino County Children's Network in partnership with the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors, the member agencies of the San Bernardino County Children's Policy Council and the Child Abuse Prevention Committee have planned a Blue Ribbon Media Campaign, the 22nd annual Shine a Light on Child Abuse Awards breakfast during the month of April, to increase and spotlight awareness of child abuse. Now, therefore, the City of San Bernardino Mayor and Council do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. We urge all of San Bernardino to please join me in observing and encouraging citizens, organizations, schools, nonprofits, businesses, community, and other entities in the community to engage in activities and events that assist in the efforts to prevent child abuse and provide for children's physical, emotional, and developmental needs. Presented this 21st day of April 2021. Signed by all of our council members and myself. At this time, we will move right into our public comment portion. Ms. City Clerk, I believe that I have a note here suggesting that there are 85 public comments tonight. And we have made those necessary arrangements for our council members to get the written public comments. So let's go ahead and proceed for at least 60 minutes tonight on those 87, and we'll ask you to please play the public comments.
Okay, any public comments exceeding the 3 minutes will be cut off at the 3-minute mark. And there are some Spanish public comments that I can provide a brief summary at the end of the recorded comment. Courtney, if you could please share the screen and begin with the public comments.
The time is approximately 7:41 p.m. and thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Please proceed.
Courtney, when you select share screen, you have to also share your sound. You may have to start over.
Hello, council members. My name is Azar, resident of the 5th Ward. This is in regards to item number 7 of the City Council meeting for April 21st, 2021, regular session. I urge all City Council members to vote against the Mayor's veto regarding the Oxbow project and move forward in removing the concrete rubble off-site, as it is considered prohibited to grind on a residentially zoned property. Please use the $2 million to remove this hazardous material and support neighbors in the 5th Ward and as well as the city citywide. please vote against the mayor's veto. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Brian Williams. I'm calling in regard to the rock pile on Palm Avenue. My suggestion is that it be removed and not grinded on site. It's regarding the open session that was held on Saturday. Thank you. Hello, this is Terry Van Curler. This is for the open session meeting. I am a resident of the city of San Bernardino. I am calling in regard to the Oxbow stockpile of concrete at the top of Palm Avenue in Ward 5. In my 40 years of construction experience, I have never seen concrete crushed next to nor even near a residential neighborhood. The associated health implications due to dust from silica and other chemicals is just not worth the risk. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauralee Brownton. I am a property owner in Devore, and I'm leaving this message for Councilman Figueroa about the contaminated concrete that's dumped at the top of Palm Avenue, and that contamination is blowing all over the place, and that they should find a different place to dump their contaminated concrete. So I hope that you can decide to do something about that and get it removed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Jason Adodas, and I'm calling to lodge my complaint against the dumping of hazardous material that needs to be announced for the open session of the San Bernardino Council meetings. So I am complaining against and would like for this material to be removed from the North Palm Avenue area. It is really inconceivable and a terrible thing that you will be able to dump all this material that will endanger the health of the residents in this area. So the material must be hauled away in exactly the same manner it was first brought into this neighborhood. The suggestion by some to first grind the material within some enclosed space is absolutely not acceptable, as there is no guarantee that the particulates will not pollute the ground or the air. The opposition to hauling the material is ridiculous. Some people have opposed that because of the fumes from the many trucks that would go by again. So they did not think about the time when the materials were first brought into this area. There were the trucks going up and down the streets here. Furthermore, there are also hundreds of trucks that travel on I-215, and they spew out fumes all the time. So every legal effort should be made to hold those responsible for this travesty, including the developers and the mayor, for threatening the health of the residents in this area. Costs for hauling the materials away and other legal costs must not be passed on to the residents of San Bernardino. We don't want to be remembered in history as somebody who were not taking care of our city residents. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, council members. My name is Jesse Lopez, resident of the 5th Ward, regarding item 7 of the city council meeting for April 21st, 2021. I urge all city council members to vote against the mayor's veto regarding the Oxbow project and move forward in removing the concrete rubble off site, as it is considered prohibited to grind on residential zone property. Please use the $2 million to remove this hazardous material off site. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Mendoza, longtime resident of San Bernardino, and I'm calling because I want to get rid of that Oxbow cement pile. It's just making our city look worse, and there's no need for it. I think it was illegal in the first place. Thank you.
This message is for Councilman Figueroa. My name's Alicia Campa. I'm a 32-year resident of San Bernardino. I live in the North Verdemont area. Myself and my family are demanding the concrete at the top of Palm be removed from that land. Grinding would spew silicon dust into the air we breathe that would be detrimental to everyone's house that live up here. No grinding of concrete. Remove concrete from our community. This dump is right up the street from Palm Elementary. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Sheila Molinari, and I live in the Verdemont area. And I'm calling regarding the Oxbow, the big cement pile mountain. And yeah, I live right there by Palm Avenue, and I do not want it ground up. I want it hauled away. I care about my own health, my kids' health, my grandchildren's health. And you know what? It would just be, so much better if it would just be removed, and we'd like to know who's responsible for dumping all of that and what we can do. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
This is Estela Nunez. I live in North Verdemont area and have been with my family living here for, it'll be 20 years this year. And I'm calling in regards to the Oxbow cement pile up here that has been left and in which we have been requesting as a community to have removed. So I support the group and citizens of my community in the city of San Bernardino, imploring you to approve the removal of this hazardous and unsightly pile. I think it's very important that you understand and even come out here and see for yourselves what it is that's happening. We have very strong winds up here, and this stuff has already been spread all over the place. We plan to live here, and we've raised our children here who are now having their own children here. So if you need any more verification that I can give you, please contact me. Again, Estela Nunez, and we live on James Place in the North Verdemont area. Thank you.
This is for the open meeting. I'm calling in to express my disgust of Valdivia vetoing the council decision to have the concrete mountain removed from the 5th Ward. He couldn't even do it in open session. I can't be surprised since Oxbow paid Valdivia almost $2,000. Juan jumped when John snapped his fingers, so I wasn't surprised by Juan's vote. I was disappointed that Teddy Sanchez sold out the residents. You can always tell when Teddy is up to no good because he laughs and smiles inappropriately during serious situations. This is not a joke, Teddy. You brush off the residents' concerns saying the grinding won't cause cancer. What it will cause is more dust in the air that is terrible for our lungs. Like anyone, we do not want concrete grinding next to our homes. City staff improperly issued the temporary use permit to stockpile the concrete. There needs to be consequences as to why the staff member issued the permit and who directed him. This $2 million mistake was not a mistake, and the staff member did not suddenly go rogue. This was directed by someone higher up. Since Juan, John, and Teddy think having a concrete grinding plant in a residential area is perfectly fine, we should divide the pile into 3 parts. We'll take those parts to their front yard where it can be processed and buried. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Just as you do not want that, neither does the 5th Ward. You need to listen to them and do the right thing for the city, not your wallet.
Yes, my name is Lydia Gutierrez. I live in the Verdemont neighborhood. I'm calling in reference to the concrete to be removed. And this is to Councilman Figueroa. Please, we need this concrete to be removed immediately, but not at our expense. Whoever approved approved it in the first place needs to pay for it, not us, the person that approved to have all this crap over here in the first place. So please, they need to be removed. Thank you.
Hi. Hello. My name is Kimberly Schmidt. I wish to address item number 7 in open session, discussion for abatement of the Oxbow burnt debris dumped at the top of Palm Avenue last summer. Mayor Valdivia, with all due respect, sir, you do not speak for the constituents regarding this mess created by the city. This mess was created on your watch, sir, and crushing on site should not be an option. It never should have happened and needs to be removed before we become another Flint, Michigan. You, sir, are suggesting we cause further damage to our residents, our aquifers, nearby water basin, Devil's Canyon, and all of Southern California. The 70-mile-an-hour plus winds and rains push this debris way past Vermont, and the silica dust is dangerous for all living things. To Councilman Charette, I was shocked to hear your side. I was shocked to hear, sir, that you were on the side of the developer who pulled an illegal move on the city. I hope some of your constituents are listening to this so they will understand where they stand with you. You, sir, were hired to protect the people of San Bernardino, not the developers. To Mr. Sanchez, I certainly hope you have an environmental degree. Your bloviation regarding the environmental impact removing versus crushing on site showed a clear display of lack of knowledge in regard to crushing. I reference National Institute of Health. You can Google it, NIH.gov. That's NIH.gov for the lasting hazardous dangers to the residents, environment, and air quality. You, sir, are here to protect the citizens of this city. To Councilman Figueroa, there is an impression that you are friendly with Mayor Valdivia and he sways your vote. To you, sir, I say please distance yourself from this current mayor. He will not be getting reelected. He won by less than 2,000 votes last time, and there's no way this area will reelect him, giving his veto. Let your ward know you care about their welfare and will do what is right. In closing, I would like to remind all councilmen and women that we are one city. We may have separate wards, but trust me when I say we will come together to help each other. There is an energy created out of all of this mess, which has united the citizens, and we are committed to helping each other. No one wants to pay the $2 million, but you left us no choice when you dumped this on us. Pay the $2 million now and put a lien on the property for reimbursement, or set aside a $200 million fund for future lawsuits when people begin to get ill all over the area and other cities. We all drink the same water and breathe the same air. We are San Bernardino. We will speak with one voice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hugh Johnson. I live at 6263 Indigo in San Bernardino in Ward 7. I'm calling for the open session regarding the debris at the top of Palm for the Oxbow property. I am calling to ask that the council override Mayor Valdivia's veto. I understand the concern for trucks going up and down Palm, but I think a greater detriment to the community would be the dust and the debris of the crushed material if it is crushed on site. The north end is a very windy area and debris blows about. There are many children in the neighborhood, and there are activities at the Blast soccer field, and many people doing business up and down Kendall, and the debris in the air, the particulates in the air could be bad for them to breathe. I would urge city council members to listen to Ben Reynoso, our council member from Ward 7, and override Mayor Valdivia's veto of removing the crushed debris from the Oxbow site at the top of Palm. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lindsay Barajas, a resident, property owner for the 5th Ward, Vermont, and I am calling regarding the Oxbow Concrete Mountain. I am requesting it removed due to dust. being an eyesore, mainly more would be because of health issues. People with asthma are having flare-ups, so if you could add it into the discussion, open discussion. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Karen Avila, and I am calling in regards to the Oxbow concrete removal. I reside about 2 blocks away from this site, and I'm calling because the mayor vetoed the council's ruling on safely removing it. It might be due to economical reasons, but as a resident who lives a few blocks away, my concern is for my family and my neighbors. If you do any research at all whatsoever, you will know that by grinding concrete, it creates dust, which is crystalline silica. This can easily be spread throughout all of the community, and it can increase chances of cancer. I've had a family member who passed away from lung cancer recently, and if you were to watch someone die of lung cancer, it is nothing you would wish on your worst enemy. I hope that the council can understand that the community members' health is way more important than saving money. Thank you for your time.
I'm calling to comment publicly on the Oxbow situation. I live 4 houses directly downwind from this giant pile of debris, and it's absolutely unacceptable that it was brought there in August. It's unacceptable that it sat there this long, and the idea that the mayor thinks that we should grind it feet away from houses is absolutely unacceptable. It's a hazard to the health of the community around it and San Bernardino area residents. I'm just urging the council members to stand up for the people that put you in office and make a difference in San Bernardino. Give us a moment to be on the right side of the people that you represent and remove this pile.
Yeah, my name is Randall. This is for the open session discussion number 7. The concrete pile needs to go because it's not just about now, it's about the future too, what it's going to do to our groundwater and the amount of time that's going to stay around. That stuff needs to go out, and I'm saying it's time to choose the citizens over the campaign donations. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Asia Jones. I am a resident of San Bernardino, and I'm calling about item number 7. I'm concerned about some of the council's desires to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allowing the developer to crush on site. I feel this is a gross misuse of my taxpayer funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding the city. The developer had intentions to crush on site, and in October, the council voted to block that. Now we are going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away. This doesn't make any sense. And the added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on site. The machines you use for crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked the city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer's expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these to have safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you. A concerned resident calling.
This is Regina Yoder. I live in Vermont Heights. I would like to make a comment that I would like to see the mountain of concrete up at the north side of Palm to be removed. It is going to be turning out to be a hazard to our health and our welfare here in this area. And I would like to demand that the mayor call back his veto, or that somebody else on that council takes the side of the people. This is the first agenda to be discussed tomorrow night in the open meeting. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, I am a resident of San Bernardino. I'm calling in regards to item number 7, which brings about concern of why we are going to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than to allow a licensed and bonded, well-respected developer to crush on site. I feel that the taxpayers' funds is being misused in regards to, it could be used to rebuild the city. The developer has intentions to crush on site since October of last year. The council voted to block that. Now we're going to spend roughly $2 million to have this hauled away. It really doesn't make sense to do that. And it adds cost to litigation and pollution and outweighs the risk, if any, crushing on site. I ask that the city show the residents the necessary documents that prove that the concrete that has been tested and is safe. I do not support spending any money to haul away the concrete at the taxpayer's expense. $2 million to haul away concrete, that's actually permitted to place, shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these to have a safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Please let us know how we're going to move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. This builder should be allowed to mix at the property site or crush at the property site. Again, I am a concerned resident of San Bernardino, and I'm calling in regards to item number 7. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a resident of San Bernardino, and I'm actually calling about item number 7. I'm actually very concerned about some of the council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow the developer to crush on site. I really do feel like this is a really bad misuse of my taxpayer funds. And, funds are desperately needed to begin rebuilding the city. The developer had intentions to crush on site, and in October of 2020, the council voted to block that. Now, we are going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away. This doesn't make sense. And the added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on site. The machines used for crushing on sites are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I ask the city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer's expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government already. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring that all developers follow these to have safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you. This is from a concerned resident.
Good morning. I am a resident of San Bernardino, County and San Bernardino City. I'm calling about item number 7. I don't think that the city should be spending $2 million of our hard-earned taxpayers' money to get rid of concrete. Let the developer do that. That's their job. They need to spend the money to buy our land. So I think that they need to be the ones to do this. And I would like to see San Bernardino developed and become the robust city that it was in the 80s and early 90s. Please do not spend $2 million of our hard-earned tax money. Thank you.
Hello, yes, I am calling about item number 7 on the agenda. My name is John Chavez. I'm a resident of the 5th Ward. I have owned my home off Palm Avenue for 23 years. I'm concerned about item 7 because of the options being discussed. I feel knowing the area as I do, living there, that the option of grinding and crushing on site would be the most efficient and appropriate action to take on this issue. California, I know there's some environmental concerns. California is the gold standard in environmental and is looked up to across the nation with their standards. I feel like using millions of dollars to haul this away is not appropriate. I do not want those trucks coming through my neighborhood. This is not, knowing the area, this is not the windy season in the 5th Ward, so there would be less chance of rocks and other things being blown around. We have a window. The windy season is normally from October till January, February. So we have a window of opportunity to do this crushing and get this issue taken care of and show that we have some common sense problem solving on our council. So thank you for your time, and please help us and listen to us. I am a resident and I care about my neighborhood, and please take appropriate action. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling for public comments. My name is Dr. Elsa Valdez, and I live near the Oxbow project of Palm Avenue in San Bernardino. I have lived in San Bernardino since 1993 and teach at Cal State. I am calling to encourage council people, Charette, Sanchez, and Figueroa, to vote against the authorization to allow concrete to be crushed on site. Several of my family members have asthma, and we are no longer able to take walks along Palm Avenue during windy days due to the dust and debris being blown in our neighborhoods. As taxpayers and residents of San Bernardino, it is the responsibility of the City Council and Mayor to keep our neighborhoods safe and provide a clean environment that will enable our families to thrive. There are 2 elementary schools and 1 middle school in this area, and when schools are in session, this will have an adverse impact on children. The north end of San Bernardino experiences strong winds about 7 months out of the year. Grinding the contaminated concrete at the North Palm Avenue location will affect the health and well-being of the neighborhoods in North San Bernardino, and the silica and dust produced by the grinding will be blown to other parts of the city as well. The tons of toxic concrete that have been buried will result in contaminating the water table, as well as the reservoir that is about 2,000 feet away from the pile of debris. The city should have never approved the dumping of toxic materials and concrete in the city of San Bernardino from the Amazon warehouse fire that burned down in Redlands. Since the out-of-town developer refuses to remove the concrete, I urge the City Council to approve the $2 million and subsequently take legal action to recoup the money from the parties involved in this whole mess. San Bernardino should not be for sale to the highest bidder. Our city should not be a dumping ground for nearby cities such as Redlands that would never have allowed their city to be used as a dumping ground for toxic materials and waste. City Council and Mayor, you can do better. Your constituents' health and well-being should be your priority. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Williams. I'm calling in regard to the rock pile on Palm Avenue. My suggestion is that it be removed and not grinded on site. It's regarding the open session that was held on Saturday. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a resident of San Bernardino, and item number 7 bothers me with some of the council's desire to spend $2 million to hollow away concrete rather than to allow the developer to crush the site. This is gross misuse of taxpayers' funds. Funds are desperately needed to begin rebuilding the city. The developer had intention to crush on site in October and of 2020, and the council voted to block that. Now we're going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away. This doesn't even make sense. So they've added the cost of litigation, and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on site. Machines used for crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested for mistakes. Please let's move forward and rectify our mistakes. That's how this will not happen in the future. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a resident of San Bernardino and calling about item number 7. I am really concerned about some of the council's or a few members of council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow the developers to crush it on site. I feel this is a grossly misuse of my taxpayer funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding this city. The developer had intentions to crush on site, and in October of 2020, the council voted to block that. Now, we are going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away. This doesn't make sense, and the added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk. If any of crushing on site. The machines used for crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked this city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayers' expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these to have safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you. I'm a concerned resident.
My name is Alberto. My comment is for item number 7 in tonight's April 21st, 2020 open session meeting. I am a resident of the Vermont Heights area. I oppose the mayor's decision to veto the removal of the Oxbow concrete debris from my neighborhood. City of San Bernardino Residential Zones, Article number 2, Chapter 19.04, Section 1 states the purpose of this chapter is to achieve the following. Subsection A, reserve neighborhoods areas for residential living with a broad range of dwelling unit densities consistent with the general plan and appropriate standards of public safety, health, welfare, and aesthetics. Subsection C, minimize traffic congestion. Subsection D, protect residential neighborhoods from excessive noise, unsightliness, and other objectionable influences. I ask you, what part of the public health, safety, and welfare of the families in my neighborhood do you, Mr. Valdivia, Sanchez, Choret, and Figueroa need clarification on? This concrete trash was dumped in my neighborhood last August under your watch, utilizing hundreds of dump trucks. Since then, the high winds in our area have carried the cement dust and particles into our lungs and pelted our windows, cars, and properties. And now you want to grind this material near our homes with only an Oxbow-sponsored study of the toxicity levels of said materials? A company that, to my understanding, has poured thousands of dollars into your campaign funds? Minimizing traffic congestion. The City of Fontana had the foresight to listen to the residents and halt any additional building of residential homes in North Fontana until an off-ramp called Duncan Canyon could be built. Yet our city representation sees it fit to continue building hundreds of more homes and a mega truck stop in an absurdly overcrowded intersection. What is the mayor's response? That this is a Caltrans issue and all of San Bernardino is overcrowded at 5 p.m.? So much for the standard of living. It's like a crabs in a pail mentality. Speaking of the mega truck stop, issuing another liquor license to an intersection that already has an AM, PM, 7-Eleven, and mobile mini mart is just plain absurd in my opinion. I wonder how many of you took money from this developer. Protecting residential neighborhoods from excessive noise, unsightliness, and other objectionable influences. This trash heap has been in our neighborhood since August 2020. We have ordinances that prevent the dumping of debris in residential areas and no grinding within 1,000 feet of residential homes. These ordinances are meant to protect the welfare of the residents, and any deviation from them places the population at risk, especially in our area where we have abnormally high winds. By the way, sending letters to our residents under the guise of being concerned for our streets that you weren't concerned about when they were dumping this trash, the noise these trucks will create, and blaming Mr. Reynoso for this fiasco is a coward's way of not owning up to your mistake, a mistake you men continue to exacerbate with your continued defiance for the removal of the silica-infused mountains. As a voter within the city of San Bernardino, I question our representation. You people were voted in to move forward the will of the people, not the will of the developers. Yet over and over, we see questionable behavior, bad optics, dark money, and the further depletion of city funds due to lawsuits. I mean, how do you justify, on the one hand, not spending money for the removal of a hazard that affects thousands of residents, yet on the other hand, beg the city to continuously bail you out of legal fees? I will.
Hello, my name is Kenesha. I'm a resident and homeowner within the city of San Bernardino, and I am calling about item number 7. I am concerned about the council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than to allow the developer to crush on site. I greatly feel this is a gross misuse of my taxpayer funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding the city. The developer had all intentions to crush on site, and we have now delayed this project, if not already canceled any hope or desire of development at that location going forward. In October of 2020, the council voted to block that development or to allow crushing on site, and now we're going to spend $2 million of our money to haul it away, which makes no sense. The added cost of litigation and the pollution due to another 1,200 truckloads being toted back and forth down Palm outweighs any risk of crushing on site. The machines used for crushing are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. Crushing on site is not uncommon at all within the state of California, and it is highly recommended that concrete is recycled and used for development or building purposes. There's several sites within the Inland Empire, one being off of the 15 southbound freeway at Duncan Canyon Road right now that is within less than half a mile from residents' homes, off of the freeway, left uncovered for months. I ask that the city show the residents the necessary documents to prove that the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. If the city is denying or does not believe that the concrete is currently safe, I'd rather see the city spend a few $100 or $1,000 needed to test the site and do their own independent study rather than spending $2 million to haul away concrete that was technically permitted, although there's allegations that it was falsely permitted to be placed there. By removing the concrete is showing that our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business for these developers. The environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government, our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these steps to have safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making us as taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen again in the future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Solodovnikova, and I am a constituent in San Bernardino. I'm calling to urge the City Council to vote for the $2 million to remove the contaminated concrete from the neighborhood. The plan to crush the concrete that is contaminated on site can lead to the debris going all over the place. There are a few schools in the area, and once the schools are started, it's going to affect all the kids. And also the water reservoir is placed not very far, so it will contaminate the water as well. So I want to urge City Council to vote so that they will set aside $2 million for the city to remove the concrete this is an open public comment, and I want other people to hear that as well. Thank you so very much, and I'm hoping you will make a right decision. Thank you.
Hello, I am a resident of San Bernardino, Johnny Abraham, and calling about item number 7. I'm concerned about some of the council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away the concrete rather than allow the developer to crush on site. I feel this is a gross misuse of taxpayer funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding this city. The developer had intentions to crush on site, and in October of 2020, the council voted to block that. Now we are going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away. This doesn't make sense. And the added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on the site. The machines used for crushing on the site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked the city to show the residents the necessary documents to prove and concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer's expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our councils and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these to have safe and sound development, rather than blocking development and making taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you, concerned resident.
This is for open session public comments. Good evening. My name is Jeanette McKeag, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I'm calling about the Oxbow project. This is a whole city problem and not just a problem for the 5th Ward. Letting the developer grind on site would set a dangerous precedent for the city and its residents. It also opens up the city to possible litigation. The vote tonight is about the health and well-being of San Bernardino residents and the future of our city. Do we want a healthy, resident-friendly city that is thriving? Or do we want a city sold to the highest bidder for padding the pockets of those who are supposed to represent us? You will be answering the question tonight with your vote. Thank you.
Good evening. This is Barbara Sky, Vermont resident. I'm calling on open session item number 7, Oxbow dump site on the Palm Avenue. In regards to the lab report for the concrete dump at the end of Palm Avenue, this is a fraudulent, dishonest lab report. Several discrepancies are in this report. First off, it states that there's 3 samples were taken from the Amazon site in Redlands on October 19th, 2020. The concrete was already on Palm Avenue site. The chain of command states that the samples were collected on the Amazon site on October 19th, 2020. Should Mr. Jackson of Greenleaf Engineering been the chain of command? Since we know that they weren't taken from the Amazon site, where did they really come from? These need to be answered. A lab report was mandatory before moving the concrete off the site. The concrete was dirty and everyone knew that. That's why the hauling off was started so fast. The contractor and the developers were paid several $1 million to remove the contaminated concrete from Amazon to the dump site on Palm Avenue, where it was. If you allow this to be crushed, they intend to sell it off, the crushed concrete, to raise more money for their project, making a commercial project. Please don't allow them to do this. The main concern in this lab report was the asbestos fibers. Stated the crushed concrete could be used as a fill base for future construction. Once again, this shows the integrity of the Oxbow project. The developer has never followed through on any of the conditions the city has requested them to do. It's time to hold them accountable for all their actions. Teddy, all the trucks on the road today have to meet the emission standards, so there wouldn't be that much emission hauling this broken concrete away from the dump site on Palm Avenue. Please do your homework before you make these outlandish statements. One, we are not an elite association in Vermont. We stand up for the community when we're wronged. We have a strong councilman who cares and worked with their constituents. Stand up against this graft and corruption, and we will help you in your problems in your ward. We are a city, so let's start working together. It's time that we cleaned up all the graft and corruption and stop this pay for play. Thank you. Have a great evening and make the right decision. This is our future.
And an anonymous Fifth Ward resident and water industry professional speaking on open session item number 7. I have discussed the Oxbow site with several of my industry colleagues and have the following concerns. Respirable crystalline silica is created when grinding concrete. Persons inhaling very small crystalline silica particles are at increased risk of developing serious silica-related diseases, including silicosis, an incurable lung disease that can lead to disability and death, lung cancer, COPD, and kidney disease. Grinding within 1,000 feet of a residential neighborhood must not occur, let alone a neighborhood that resides in a high wind zone for which no amount of engineering controls can economically be feasible to mitigate respirable crystalline silica exposure to the neighborhood during a Santa Ana wind event. The fire of the warehouse from which the concrete is from was so intense that several wall panels collapsed. Let that sink in a bit. A portion of the reinforced concrete wall was compromised enough to lose its structural stability. What were the contents of this warehouse that may have fused with the concrete? 3 samples of concrete from the site were sent to a lab by the deconstruction contractor, and this representative sample was determined to be capable of being used as fill base for future construction. Were the concrete samples provided to the lab for the presence of canned materials and VOCs located in different areas of the burnt structure, or confined to a part that had the least amount of damage? The San Bernardino Valley is most reliant on groundwater to distribute to its users. Should this concrete have components that exceed hazardous levels, deletion of these compounds could compromise the groundwater supply, creating a health and safety issue for those dependent on the Bunker Hill Basin and increasing the cost of treatment of the water to reduce the hazards below EPA thresholds. Should the concrete on the Oxbow site have compounds that exceed hazardous levels and a significant rain event occur while the material is present at the current site, the compounds have the potential to be released into the runoff, creating impacts to wildlife via tributaries. City-owned stormwater conveyances downstream from the Oxbow site discharge in the Cable Creek Channel, Devil Creek Channel, Cajon Creek Wash, Lato Creek Wash, Warren Creek, Santa Ana River, and at the Pacific Ocean. Many water utilities in Southern California treat water from the Santa Ana River to augment their water supply demands. Should the concrete on the Oxbow site have compounds that exceed hazardous levels, then the material is allowed to be ground on site. Dust from the site containing contaminants may negatively affect the quality of water within the Devil Canyon afterbase, which are open-air facilities of the State Water Project located within 1,700 feet of the Oxbow site. About 1/5 of Southern California's water supply flows through the Devil Canyon facility. The health and welfare of not only the residents of the city, but those of the region should be your first and foremost priority. It's past the time for the elected officials to put people over profit.
Hi, my name is Wendy Yule, and I'm a resident of San Bernardino. I'm calling from the 5th Ward in regards to item number 7 on the council meeting tonight. I'm concerned about some of the council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow a developer to crush it on site. I feel it's a gross misuse of my taxpayer funds. These funds that could be desperately needed to rebuild the city. The developer, I know, has intentions to crush on site in October of 2020. The council voted to block that, so now we're going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away, which doesn't make sense when our streets have millions of potholes, our community centers need work, lots of stuff that could be done, and $2 million could better be served elsewhere. It just doesn't make sense and doesn't add up. The added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk of any the crushing on site. The machines used for the crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked the city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with the project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer expense. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these to have safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how we will not be able to make this mistake in the future. Thank you. I hope that things will go well, then we will take a better researched approach in the future. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a resident of San Bernardino and calling about item number 7. I'm concerned about some of the council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow the developer to crush on site. I feel this is a gross misuse of my taxpayer funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding the city. The developer had intentions to crush on site, and in October of 2020, the council voted to block that. Now we're going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away? This doesn't make sense. And the added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on site. The machines used for crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked the city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with the project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer's expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these to have safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you.
Hi, these comments are for Hardy Brown, from Hardy Brown, a 60-year resident in the 6th Ward of the city of San Bernardino. Mr. Brown says, "But let justice run down like water, and righteousness like a mighty stream." Amos 5:24, which means to me a concern for justice, peace, and genuine respect for people. My question to all of you in the position of power: do you have a genuine respect for the people you took the oath to serve and respect? My first concern tonight is the agenda item number 20 regarding the recommendation to give $6 million to Inland Empire SoCal United Way to assist in the administration of the city's emergency rental assistance program. Who will the SoCal United Way be assisting? Will SoCal be needing our United Way to seek out families in our city because our United Way knows the community and SoCal does not? Will the $6 million be deposited in their community bank or in a San Bernardino bank? It is clear to me that you do not respect the citizens of this city by constantly giving our money to outside vendors and hiring staff who do not live here. You're making us a check-cashing only city by the decisions you keep making. Some community citizens are saying you do not want to do business with our United Way because the CEO is African American. My second concern tonight is a video I saw where Bass Quinn was arrested on January 29th of this year. I have verified that the incident did happen with the acting chief, McBride, and he said Quinn has filed a complaint with the city. Quinn was stopped for speeding, and it escalated into an officer breaking out Quinn's window and Quinn needing medical care after the encounter. I'm working with the chief and the city manager to get a full understanding also about the letter N being used in the race code column for Quinn's race. Seeing the letter N beside 398 names out of the 790 names in that arrest and citation report led my mind in different directions. My first direction was 2 words beginning with the letter N, was with 5 letters in one, and the other has 6 letters. My second thought was the N code was 51% of those arrested. The chief is working with my concerns, but I need you to be aware of them as policymakers representing the people. Thank you for for taking my concerns into consideration.
Hello, this is Roger Benton. I'm a resident of Verdamont Heights, and I'm calling regarding the Oxbow rock pile, and I do not want that rock pile ground on site. That will be a health hazard to everyone who lives up here as well as the rest of the city and the surrounding cities. I want that rock pile removed as it was planned, and I hope that the votes come in, and I'll be watching to see how each of our council persons vote. Thank you.
Hi there. So I live in the 5th Ward with my family, and I'm calling in regards to item number 7. I work 2 jobs just to make ends meet. That means I'm already paying a lot of taxes between the 2 jobs. What I'm trying to comprehend is, how is this financially a wise decision to spend $2 million for the developer to move concrete out of the 5th Ward when they can just smash it up at the site? I'm surprised the city even has that kind of money to spend. Oh, wait, they don't. It's the taxpayers' money. People who actually have to work and pay taxes towards who knows what. What will happen is we spend $2 million, right? And of course, now we just created more issues, more air pollution by having who knows how many trucks the city will have to bring in to lug out the cement, more traffic in the area, damage the roads, and then guess what happens? We have to spend more money just to fix the roads. Is this really all about pollution, or is it a personal vendetta? Because in the end, it seems like we're just wasting everyone's time and money. Because you know what? It's always easier to waste other people's money, isn't it? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amber Vasquez, and I'm calling to leave a comment about the concrete dumping by Oxbow Partners on Palm Avenue. It's the responsibility of the contractor to clean that up. Oxbow should be held responsible and accountable for the mess that they created. And the mayor shouldn't be allowed to overturn what the city council has decided is best for the city just because he's receiving donations from that same company. Thank you.
This is a public comment for Treasurer Ortiz for tonight's open session. Council, I want to talk to you about the Oxbow and the mayor's veto. This is an extremely important issue, and the community has gathered to tell you that they want this cement removed. And Juan, as a resident of the 3rd Ward, you are my councilman. You said that this is about the people, that you are here to represent the people. And then you bring up the fact that there's a dump site in the 3rd Ward, and it's not receiving the same amount of attention that it is in the 5th. Well, have you ever considered the fact that you literally do not speak at council meetings? If maybe a handful of times that you have spoken up on an issue, the rest of the time we forget that you're even there. So how can you blame the 5th Ward Councilman for bringing up issues in his ward that is getting attention and then not do the same for us? When the time comes that the developer in the 3rd Ward wants to grind on site, what are you going to tell the residents? Sorry, we're going to make an exception because we didn't care about the affluent people in the 5th Ward, which were your wards. Your words, it's ridiculous. We're the city of San Bernardino, and what affects one affects all. It is the developer's problem that they hauled untested, burnt up cement and metal and whatever other carcinogens are mixed in to that pile, to that property, and did not have a permit to grind. That is not the resident's problem. That is the developer's problem. And the new owner purchased that property knowing that they didn't have a permit to grind on site, knowing that there was a resolution in place that restricted any grinding in the city. Then they ghosted the city for months when they tried to reach out to the new owner for a resolution to have this stuff moved away. That stuff was never tested before it was buried into the ground and piled on top of each other and on top of each other. Do what's right. put a lien on the property, and hold the developer accountable. You guys are also going to talk about conflict of interest tonight. This happened, and this veto has happened because the mayor has received thousands and thousands of dollars from the developer and the demolition team that brought this mess here. You need to hold elected officials accountable. That first TUP permit was issued because Mike Huntley allowed that permit. So hold him accountable. The more you guys start holding each other accountable, the less likely these things are allowed to happen. No one wants to pay $2 million, but don't lie to the residents and think that we're not going to get that money back. That lien has to be paid before that property can ever be developed. One, you need to do the right thing. You haven't done it in the past.
This is Linda Mesa, and this call and the comments I'm going to make are for the open meeting. I'm a resident of San Bernardino in the Vermont Heights area of our city, and my home is a couple of blocks from the Oxbow dump site. I was attracted to this part of San Bernardino due to its beauty, its proximity to beautiful hiking trails, convenience to Cal State, and the very serene quiet. My move to this area was based on attraction. However, the Oxbow dump site has created the opposite for newcomers seeking housing in this area and has prompted some of us to consider leaving. The dump site contains unknown toxic contaminants that could do untold environmental and economic damage to this part of our city. The contaminants in the debris could seep into our groundwater, and a water reservoir that supplies the city with drinking water is a mere 1,700 feet from this environmental hazard. The dump site has already exacerbated respiratory health problems in myself and other residents. And when the wind blows here, the quality of the air is compromised. Local elementary schools and middle school students breathe in the irritants from this site. Cal State University is 10 minutes from the site and is downwind from the site, as is the city of San Bernardino. In addition, the site isn't supervised or secured. Motorbike enthusiasts ride near and on it and raise more dust and break it down further. This is not safe for anyone near it or downwind from it. I'm urging the council to exercise care and responsibility in being stewards of this environment, our neighborhood, our homes, and ask that you execute in an environmentally safe way to remove this debris from its current site, and do not grind it where it stands. Not removing it safely could result in San Bernardino having to defend its actions against lawsuits from the EPA, local university and unified school districts, municipal water departments, and of course, we residents who are currently looking at how this site, this dump site, has marred and contaminated an otherwise beautiful neighborhood. If you lived here, you would want no less for your health, the health of your children, friends, family, and coexisting wildlife. Please, please do the healthy and safe thing. Safely remove the dump and grind it somewhere else. San Bernardino is a city of human beings that have chosen to live here and want to stay here. San Bernardino is not a dump site.
To his Honorable Mayor and the Honorable Councilpersons, my name is the Reverend Stephen Shepard, and I'm the proud pastor of the oldest African-American church in the city of San Bernardino, the historic St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church. My comments concern item number 29 on the agenda tonight in this open session. It is my prayer that this body would reconsider and or consider their proposal to allow Inland SoCal to administer the Rental Assistance Fund. We believe that there are capable entities within our city that are more than capable of administering these funds. To allow someone outside the city to administer these funds is to place undue mistrust on the minds of the citizens of this city with those entities within the city. We simply come to request that you would please allow an entity within the city of San Bernardino to administer these funds an entity that has the pulse of the city that can do the city proud. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ana Bojorquez, and this message is for all sessions. I am a member. I live in Verdamont Heights, and I am requesting that all council members overturn Mayor John Baldimia's recent veto of $2 million from reserves to clear broken concrete from the Oxbow site. I ask all council members to not fail the residents. This dumping practice is illegal and unsafe to the surrounding residents and beyond. No to grinding on site also. There are natural resources, water drainages that will have hazard effect due to contaminants, including air quality. We're asking questions about who is responsible of this atrocious act against our community. No to grinding to the 3rd, 5th, and 6th wards. Proceed, please, to remove all dumping. Thank you.
Hello, this comment is for items off the agenda, open meeting. This is Commissioner Robert Porter, 4th generation living in San Bernardino. First of all, I'd like to say we had our first Arts and Historical Preservation meeting, but it didn't get off the ground because we didn't have quorum. So if maybe the council members could please call their commissioners, make sure they at least attend these meetings, or at least say why they're not, and maybe get somebody else in there so we can have some real meetings. That would be nice. Also, I'd like to say to the mayor, it was good for you to go over to, what's the name of that? Over to Sundowners. There we go. Over to Sundowners and do that. I thought that was really cool. I think you should do that more often, and definitely go there and make sure you insist on paying and help these businesses out. That was a good move on your part. On the other hand, vetoing the Oxbow project behind the scenes, that's no good. That looks shady. People don't trust that kind of stuff. If you really felt that strongly, even though it's legal, you should have done it at the meeting. And that's good PR. That's good marketing. Be out front with your decisions. If you believe in something, be out front with it. But don't go hiding in the background and doing it after the fact. That just looks shady. It doesn't look right, dude. You know he's better than that. So please don't do that anymore. I'd appreciate that. I'd also like to mention that, what was I going to say? Oh, one more thing. Oh, the San Bernardino City Hall. We really need to retrofit that. So we need to figure out how to do that and get that going, because that's an incredible building, and it has a place in San Bernardino, and hopefully it will have a place for the next 100 years. Okay, this is Robert Porter, and I love San Bernardino.
Hi, my name is Peggy Hazlett. I'm commenting tonight on public comments for items number 7 and items number 31. First, I do have a concern that the agenda packet did not identify a call-in number for tonight's meeting for public comment. Hopefully the City Clerk's office was able to remedy that in sufficient time for everybody to provide public comment. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, and council members. As resident of the 5th Ward, living just south of the Oxbow project, I am completely opposed to the idea of on-site grinding and wish to have this pile permanently removed. I'm concerned that in October of 2020, the City Council passed a resolution that there would not be any grinding of construction debris within 1,000 feet of residential areas, and yet the mayor is proposing that we move forward with a grinding of the Oxbow project, which is clearly within feet of homes and families. There is a greater concern that since the dumping of this concrete mountain in our backyards, which I am just adjacent to the south perimeter of the property, we share a common boundary there, that I have documented videos that I have shared with the Community Developments Department, your Planning Department, and with our council member, both current and previous, where we can see the siliceous dust coming from this project, which has blown to the point where we can't see our fence line, which is 30 feet from our backyard. It has pitted our windows. It has caused continual damage to our homes, to our cars, and more importantly, to the health of our families. This developer has done nothing to remedy this issue. We've called daily when the project was moving forward and the illegal dumping was happening on the site. They did not have running water trucks, nor did they in any way remedy the blow-off from this project then and currently. So we continue to have ongoing issues, and yet the mayor wants to now move forward with grinding on site, which would move that pile even closer to our homes and create even further insult to our health. We have asthmatic family members, we have asthmatic neighbors in this area, and this is an ongoing, continual problem. But not just for the 5th Ward. This is a problem for our neighbors in the 6th Ward, in the 3rd Ward, in the 1st Ward, even out to the 4th Ward. You can see the dust and the particulate matters blow off of this project site, and I do not have any faith or value put into this developer that they will do the right thing. They haven't so far. What makes you think that they're going to do it now? $2 million will be leaned against the property. This is not money lost. This is money spent now to correct a mistake that was made by the city.
Hello, yes, my name is Michael Rendell. I'm a resident of North Vermont in San Bernardino. I'm calling about item 7 on the open session for today, 4/21/2021, regarding the city paying $2 million to haul away rubble from a construction site at the end of, I believe, Palm Avenue there. I don't understand how a city that's always broke can afford to spend $2 million to haul away rubble using what justification. I don't understand that it's about the environment, but if California is one of the most environmentally friendly states in the country, then how could that be a practice in use? I don't understand how you guys can come up with $2 million for this and not for other projects. I don't understand how you can impede people that actually want to invest in the city of San Bernardino and build new construction, which, doesn't happen very often, and sit here and try to basically rob them and pressure them and to do other things that you wouldn't see happen in, say, Riverside, Temecula, Marietta, Winchester, Hemet, what other places? Let's see, Victorville, Adelanto. You guys are really doing your best effort to make sure that there's never going to be a revitalization in the city of San Bernardino. And if you keep going this way, I'll be forced to revive as well. So, to build his property. Economic rejuvenation to the city, as well as the neighborhood of North Vermont, Devore, and the surrounding areas. It's absurd that you're wasting your time, you're wasting the people's time, you're wasting money, you're wasting tax money. Assumingly, you're getting this money probably from what, COVID relief? I mean, come on. Where are you getting $2 million from? You're broke. Stop it. Let the builder build. Quit wasting everybody's time. Thank you.
I am calling regarding item number 7. The City Council needs to take in consideration the full gravity of the decisions you make sitting there on the dais and the long-term effects they will have on our city. There has been too much political grandstanding and agendas. Council members are thinking more about who you like and don't like sitting there on the dais with you, rather than focusing on the city, addressing the issues, problem-solving to find solutions. I'm all for exposing corruption. However, political vendettas and personal agendas have been put over handling city business. And at what cost? Right now, it's the cost of $2 million. We're ready for our city to move forward, not hear the political bickering. We just had to tax ourselves with the passage of Measure S to stay afloat. We are one of the highest crime-ridden cities in the nation. We have the largest homeless population. There's potholes in every part of the city. We have so many blighted, abandoned buildings, cracked sidewalks, yet you want to spend $2 million on this. What about a community center? How about investing in something that brings after-school programs to our community youth and activities for our senior citizens? What about our parks? Our community would love to have a skate park in our area. What about some code enforcement so we really get a hold of these out-of-town business owners and hold them accountable? You guys do not want to invest in that. Instead, you want to waste $2 $2 million. $2 million that could be spent on so many other things that would truly help our community. If anyone is truly concerned about the possible environmental health impacts of on-site crushing, why have you not taken the time to contact the state regarding CEQA or contact AQ&D? Because I did, and the information I received is in direct contrast to what is being told by council members and to the community. Where are the facts? We keep hearing the permit issued was issued illegally. How was it illegal? We hear that concrete is toxic. Where's the report that shows it's toxic? We hear on-site crushing isn't safe. Where is the data that shows that? Show us black and white facts. It seems council is acting out of their own opinions and agendas. What is the population of the 5th Ward? How many 5th Ward residents' voices have you actually heard? Voices of the people that actually live here. We want amenities. We want a grocery store closer to home. We can't get a spouse or any market without the rooftops. Why are we not focused on policy, ensuring San Bernardino is setting ordinances that raise the bar and that are conducive to helping the city become the great city it has the potential to be? I am not okay with $2 million being spent on this. Have a sufficient testing done on the concrete to ensure it's safe, and if it is, allow the on-site crushing and let the housing development come to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Ceballos, and I'd like to make a comment on Agenda Item 7 for open session. I've been a resident of the City of San Bernardino for over 30 years. My home is located off of Palm Avenue in Belmont, and my household includes 2 family members with asthma, one being only 4 years old. I am asking City Council to put the health of San Bernardino residents first and vote to remove the Oxbow concrete from North Palm Avenue. Here are the reasons I'm asking you to consider. The concrete is potentially hazardous. Grinding on-site, hazardous or not, it will create a human and environmental health hazard for residents throughout the city due to the airborne particles that will migrate to homes and into the nearby reservoir. 100% capture during the grinding process is not possible, and the area is subject to wind. Sound from grinding would impair quality of life for residents, and all of our students are remote learning, and many residents are also working remotely. Concrete grinding, temporary or permanent, is not acceptable in a residential zone per Resolution 2020-265 approved by City Council in 2020. Developer, property owner have failed to demonstrate compliance with applicable state, city, and federal regulation in regards to the concrete. The developer and property owner have failed to maintain the appropriate best management practices to control dust and wind-blown debris on the site. The developer property owner has not filed for a grading permit and it has not been determined if the volume of the material would actually be used on site. Greenleaf Engineering was paid to remove the concrete and properly dispose of it. When it was moved from the city of residence. Illegally dumping it on the north end of Palm is not considered proper disposal of waste concrete. The cost of abatement would be applied as a lien on the property, holding the property owner responsible. Additionally, I looked into the mayor's suggestion that concrete grinding is an approved practice in Long Beach, and in reviewing their code and zoning and permitting process, concrete grinding is only limited to industrial areas. Please put the health and safety of our community on the door. I hope you will approve the removal of Oxbow concrete by approving the award of the abatement services agreement to CMS.
Hello, I am a resident of San Bernardino and calling about item number 7. I am concerned about some of the council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow the developer to crush it on site. I feel this is a gross misuse of my taxpayer funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding the city. The developer had intentions to crush on site, and in October of 2020, the council voted to block that. Now we are going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away. This doesn't make sense. And the added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on site. The machines used for crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked the city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows that our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these guidelines to have safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you, a very concerned resident.
Good evening. This is Harry Hatch, Ward 7. This is an open letter to Mayor John Valdivia. I read your letter that you posted on Nextdoor, or had posted. I even understand your position. In a way, I cannot totally disagree except for one thing. The people of the city want it removed. That is the issue. No politics, no policy changes, no ducking, no weaving. The people want it removed. Not chopped up, not buried, but removed. If you blame anyone, that's okay. If you say the city's sorry, that's okay. However, the people want the Oxbow debris removed. I do not know how much clearer I can make this. I'm trying to help you do the legal and right thing. Remove the Oxbow debris. This is one person's opinion. In fact, it's more than one person's opinion. You really need to pay attention. Things are going to go south on you real quick. Think about the debris that's up there and what may be in that debris. It is a problem to the city. You're only making it worse. Harry Hatch, Ward 7, thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm calling in regards to open session number 7. I'm a resident of San Bernardino and I live in the 5th Ward. I have questions about some of the council's desire to use taxpayer money in the amount of about $2 million to haul concrete away from the Oxbow site. The city council has already asked employees to take pay cuts, to take benefit cuts, and take on more work. Councilmember Reynoso has asked the public for donations for community engagement, and now council wants to ask residents to pay over $1 million, almost $2 million, to remove concrete from the development site when there was a permit granted to dump this concrete in the first place. We have part-time council members who want part-time mayors, and they're already having difficulty doing their job at hand. If a fraudulent TUP was issued, as is being stated, why wasn't the planning manager or the department head being held responsible for this mess, instead of expecting the residents to clean up another San Bernardino problem? Thanks. Bye.
Hello, my name is Lacey Trout, and I'm a San Bernardino resident, North Vermont specifically. I'm calling about item number 7. I am very concerned about the desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow the developer to crush on site. I feel this is a gross misuse of my taxpayer funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding our city. The developer had intentions to crush on site in October of 2020. The council voted to block that. Now we're going to spend $2 million to have it haul away. This doesn't make any sense to me. The added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on site. The machines used for crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I ask that the city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer's expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. This is why other developers and business owners do not want to do business with our city, because we let them and then we have a recourse for them. So nobody has any desire to want to do business with our city. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes, and please let's get some sort of environmental testing done on this concrete before we spend $2 million of our taxpayer dollars that our city desperately needs. We've been in bankrupt for how long, and we need the money to put into our community and not just, wastefully spend $2 million on something like this when we could have other options and have environmental testing done first. Thank you very much. I'm a concerned resident.
Good afternoon. Ricky Van Johnson, a member of the 6th Ward. I'm calling on a couple of open session items. First of all, number 10, I'm concerned about lawsuits that are pending against electeds, that this opens the door for even more potential lawsuits. So if you look at this, you need to look further into this and making sure that the interns are protected. There used to be a program with interns, and their supervisors were people that worked directly for the city, not part-timers such as council members. Item number 31, I'm concerned about the dust particulates that will affect the human health if you keep grinding in that area. The health impacts of particulate pollution include a variety of illnesses, and the smaller the particles are, the more damage they can do to human health. We have an instance of that taking place on the west side of our city on 20th Street between University Parkway and Emma Road. I do hope that the city is looking into that grinding that's going on in that area as well. I'm also concerned about the old Langendorf Bakery on the 2000 block of Medical Center Drive. This is a public nuisance. It's a blight on our community as well as a safety hazard. This needs to be looked into by the city, as I know there's a pending lawsuit against that's taken on by the owner against his company, but however, there needs to be some code enforcement because there's some issues where they're going into city property that we can address as a city. And I also like to say I'm really excited about the job that our 6th Ward Council member Kimberly Calvin is doing in representing the 6th Ward and the citizens of San Bernardino as well. Keep it up, Council Member Calvin. Thank you.
Hello, my name is JD, and I'm calling. I'm not sure which thing it's on. What's it called? The bill? No. What did they say? I needed the... They just said that I needed a agenda item. So I'm not sure what agenda item it is, but I saw that on Friday, the San Bernardino Police Department is furthermore criminalizing street vendors. And I just wanted to make a comment that they've already been attacked by hate crimes. And I just wanted to request that you find funding to support the San Bernardino street vendor community, because criminalizing and, just giving people misdemeanors to because they're selling stuff on the food. The selling food on the streets is just to make a living for their family while they're already being attacked by white supremacists and other folks who are extremely racist right now. We don't need a racist police force to furthermore criminalize them, because I have seen the San Bernardino Police Department myself. I have been locked up myself just because I am an activist myself. So I also want to state that 2 of the business registration department staff also put folks into further poverty. It is racist and shameful that the city staff are criminalizing small businesses that contribute to the local economy, because it's also a food desert in San Bernardino already. We call the San Bernardino Police to stop all enforcement operations immediately until the city and community work on solutions that are accessible to vendors. The police department uses nearly $80 million of the city budget, 11 times what it has spent on housing and community development. COVID-19 has regularly impacted our communities, and we need to focus on how to recover. I also ask that you please consider to stop turning the Carousel Mall into something that is going to contribute to gentrification, and we need to focus on the housing crisis. So we need to make that into an actually, what Texas did was they turned a mall into a unhoused center. So I demand that the police take that budget that they're getting and turn this, this area into a resource center, Carousel Mall, because it is something that is a big part of San Bernardino. And I demand to stop seeing state-sanctioned violence continue to portray that onto the community. My name is J.D. Lopez. Thank you for allowing us to have comments.
Okay, 3 minutes and counting.
Hello, my name is Serena Gonzalez. I live in North Vermont Heights in San Bernardino City. I'm calling in regards to the lovely pile of concrete that was relocated to our residential area from a commercial area. My concerns are that the on-site grounding would not only put the particles into the air, and reviewing case studies have shown that inhalation of them alone contributes to cancer, and specific lung cancer, and other disease processes noted because of the stuff that it's made with and composed of it. For everybody's health, if the grinding is to take place, I believe that they need to remove it. They need to grind it up in a remote location in a rural area in the middle of the desert and then bring it back. If they're truly concerned about planting it there and then be able to put it in a hole, I do not think that it should be grounded up right close to us. I think pulmonary function for people with respiratory issues already in the city is going to be cause of a great concern, as well as my children who are 3 and 4 living in the area, as well as myself. I have no problem going forth and reporting stuff to OSHA alongside with the health department for the county itself, and getting multiple medical and our nursing public health agencies involved due to the potential and complications, especially during this pandemic that's already aimed at attacking the respiratory and ability for people to compensate. And that's not even including those with disease processes relating to respiratory, whether it's COPD, asthma, and included with CHF, that does affect the lungs as well. I think instead of looking at the financial aspect, what the reality is there's no dollar amount that's worth a life. So the way I see that is, if the cost needs to be there, it needs to be there. For the houses that end up getting built there one way or another, why don't we establish a Mallarus for those specific houses? If they're going to purchase right there on the top hillside, they can pay for it as well. If it's such an issue with the mayor that it's going to cost the city all this money, it can be a loan that is held over those housing constructions as well as the company itself. This is not okay. It's not okay. And I think something needs to be done, and in the right minds of obviously as citizens that are willing to forego and or utilize our tax dollars to ensure our health and our safety in the city we live in, because we take pride in being here. Now, if this is a city that's not taking pride of us being here, I have no problem.
Hi, my name is Georgina. I live in the 4th Ward, and I am a lifelong resident of San Bernardino. And I'm calling in tonight in regards to the Oxbow Dome and the veto that was called on that. And I'm calling in to have that reversed. I'm very disappointed that it was vetoed. San Bernardino is not a dumping place. And I'm not very happy what's going on right now with the council. All these lawsuits that are coming up. I mean, what's going on over there? So I'm not very happy right now with the council, and I'm very much looking forward for voting. San Bernardino is not a dump site. You know, there are people here who care.
Howdy, my name is Johnny Miller, and I'm calling for the open session to request all council members work to find funding to support the San Bernardino street vendor community. Friday, April 16th, the San Bernardino Police criminalized street vendors by citing misdemeanors, and 2 of the Business Registration Department staff also put folks into further poverty. It is racist and shameful that the city staff are criminalizing small businesses that contribute to the local economy. We call on the San Bernardino Police to stop all enforcement operations immediately until the city and community work on solutions that are accessible to vendors. The police department uses nearly $80 million of the city budget, 11 times what is spent on housing and community development. COVID-19 has greatly impacted our communities, and we need to focus on how to recover. So additionally, SBPD has not been following COVID-19 public health protocols, so why are they now being tasked with upholding public health? I think that this is just plain racist. As the City Council, I asked the City Council to amend its code and remove enforcement power from the police, who have proven that their goal is to further criminalize communities of color. I ask that you treat the unhoused community with dignity and compassion as well, and that you stop criminalizing the unhoused community in the city of San Bernardino, and that you focus the budget on housing solutions and things like community land trusts to place power in the hands of the community and take it away from the landlords. And again, I ask that you stop criminalizing the unhoused and people of color, and that we work toward compassionate and empathetic solutions like housing for all and city services like healthcare, mental health care clinicians, and things like that to deal with these problems instead of waiting until people are desolate and indigent and criminalizing their behavior. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am a resident of San Bernardino and calling about item number 7. I'm concerned about some of the council's desires to pay $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow the developer to crush on site. I feel this is a gross misuse of taxpayers' funds that are desperately needed to begin rebuilding the city. The developer had intentions to crush on site, and in October of 2020, the council voted to block that. Now we're going to spend $2 million to have it hauled away. This doesn't make sense, and the added cost of litigation and pollution outweighs the risk, if any, of crushing on site. The machines used for crushing on site are permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I asked the city to show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayers' expense. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and staff and city staff should be focused on ensuring all developers follow these to have safe and sound development that rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Please let us move forward and rectify our mistakes, and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you, a concerned resident.
Hello, my name is Val Wilson, and I'm a resident of San Bernardino, and I'm calling about item number 7. I'm very concerned about some of the council's desire to spend $2 million to haul away concrete rather than allow the developer to crush it on site. Do we actually have $2 million? We don't even have all of the people that we need to even run this city. but you're going to use $2 million to move some concrete. Also, I feel this is a gross misuse of any of our taxpayer funds that are definitely needed to begin rebuilding this city. This city is like at the worst. I mean, we need to do common sense things, do things that make sense to build our city up. Let this developer build them darn houses. Let him do that. Stop getting in the middle of everything. Stop making everything so damn difficult to do business with the city of San Bernardino. That's why nobody wants to come here and do anything, because you guys make it so hard. You make it just so darn difficult. So now, we're going to spend $2 million to have this hauled away. There are machines that can be used for crushing on site, as permitted by the South Coast Air Quality Management District here in California. I'm asking that the city show the residents the necessary documents that prove the concrete has been tested and is safe to quell the concerns and move forward with this project. I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer's expense. I repeat, I do not support spending any money to haul away concrete at the taxpayer's expense. Let it be. Work it out with the developer. Work it out with the developer. $2 million to haul away concrete that was actually permitted to be placed there shows our city is incompetent, inconsistent, and not ready for business. We are the laughing stock of the Inland Empire. Let's stop doing this over and over and over again. Let's show people that we're easy to do business with. There are environmental regulations and protections that are in place by our state and federal government. Our council and city staff should be focused on ensuring that all developers follow these to have a safe and sound development rather than blocking development and making the taxpayers pay. Again, I don't support you spending $2 million on this. You don't even have a full staff working in City Hall. And City Hall is damn near crumbling down. You can't even work in the building. Get your priorities straight, please. And let's just move forward and, rectify our mistakes and discuss how this will not happen in the future. Thank you. A very concerned citizen.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. Does that conclude the items on the agenda?
Yes, it does.
Okay, very good. Let's go into our discussion portion of tonight's calendar. This is item number 7, and I will recognize the City Clerk.
You need to, Mayor, excuse me, you need to do the appointments.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there a motion for items number 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Move to approve.
Second.
And I'll second it, and I just want everyone to know that I piped up. I wanted everyone to know I wasn't asleep.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
All right, let's move on.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Noting the record, Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra is not present at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much, City Clerk. We send our congratulations to our commissioners, and we want to send our deep appreciation to them and their volunteer status, and we thank you for your service. City Clerk will contact you for all the appropriate signatures and swearing in, and we thank you once again. Moving on to the item number 7 of tonight's calendar. This is to reconsider award of nuisance abatement services agreement to CMEX Corporation for removal of concrete pile on North Palm Avenue. And at this time, I'll recognize our City Clerk.
Give me 1 second. I misplaced the document. I just need to pull it up.
Just a note of clarification, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Sanchez.
It'll be real quick. It's just a note of clarification. There was a lot of comments that said crushing, a lot of comments that said grinding, and I just want to set the record straight for everyone at home that what was the intended purpose of the concrete up there was to crush, not grind, because there's a lot of people who are watching at home who aren't sure what either one is, and they'll hear grinding, and they'll go and look up grinding, and they'll find something very, very different. So the intended, the intention was or is to crush on site, so crushing the concrete as opposed to grinding. So if you guys are looking at home, put in crushing, don't put in grinding.
Okay, thank you. Ms. City Clerk, are you ready to proceed with your portion tonight?
Yes, I'm going to be reading into the record the veto memo that was received on April 8th, 2021, regarding the veto of item 30 from the April 7th regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council. During the Mayor and City Council meeting held on April 7th, item number 30, titled Award Nuisance Abatement Service Agreement to CEMEX Corporation for removal of concrete pile on North Palm Avenue, was passed with Councilmember Reynoso motioning to approve staff recommendation with the second by Councilwoman Ibarra. The alternate motion was to crush on site, made by Councilman Sanchez with the second by Councilman Charette Beld. Pursuant to Municipal Code Section 1.08.010 and 1.08.030 and Charter Section 303 subsection B, the Office of the Mayor is given the ability to veto any item within 5 days of receipt if the resolution or ordinance was approved by fewer than 5 votes of the City Council. Under the power vested to me as Mayor of the City, I hereby issue a veto on this matter passed last night. I'm requesting that this matter and the accompanying backup staff report with specific language as an option for the City Council authorizing the ability to crush on site and be placed on the City Council agenda for deliberation on a date to be determined.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. The question before you is, and I want to provide some guardrails for our City Council tonight. This is not to deliberate the crushing or none of that. We're here to simply ask for your vote. And so, Ms. City Clerk or Mr. City Manager, can you provide what we're voting on tonight?
Yeah, as I understand it, we are voting on whether to override your veto following the prior action, and that is the only action in front of us tonight.
Okay, and the question is, Ms. City Attorney, the question before the council is what?
The question is to reconsider the item that was before you that was vetoed, and that is the only item on the agenda.
Okay, and so the question shall be, shall we overturn the veto here? And your yes we need 5 affirmative votes to overturn the veto. And we will have some discussion. And I ask council members once again to address the issue, which is the procedural vote on your item. Mr. Charette, then we'll go to Mr. Reynoso.
Thank you, and I think this is a legal question with regard to the Brown Act, and I understand completely that we're not discussing, there's no other discussion of yes, no, should we grind, should we crush, should we do anything except vote to either uphold the veto or not. And if any further discussion that's not agendized, will that be a potential violation of the Brown Act?
Yes, for this item.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynoso, go ahead, sir.
Well, since we're handicapped, let's go ahead and vote.
Let's suspend further talk then. And Mr. Sanchez, go ahead, sir. You're muted.
I'll make this as quick as I can, and I'll declare that I will vote against the contract with CEMEX. Because a vote to contract with CEMEX is to have the city spend $2 million to move concrete from a predominantly well-to-do, affluent community into brown and black neighborhoods in the city. That's what the city is going to spend $2 million to do, because there are only 3 cement plants in the area that have the capacity to handle this rubble. One of them is West Highland Avenue less than a quarter mile away from a neighborhood in the 6th Ward that my colleague, Council Member Kimberly Calvin represents. The second place is a cement plant literally next door to Arroyo Valley High School, which is on the border between the 6th Ward and the 1st Ward. And the third location where this possibly could be crushed is literally across the street from the 1st Ward. It is in the city of Redlands, but the cement plant is there. There's Alabama, and right on the other side of Alabama is the 1st Ward. And I cannot support the city spending $2 million to move this concrete under the false premise that it's toxic to crush on site there, to then move it into brown and black neighborhoods in another part of our city.
Okay,
so I cannot support that.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilmember Calvin, then Reynoso.
Councilmember Reynoso, I believe you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I need some point of clarification from the city attorney. It seemed like he kind of went beyond those guardrails there.
Yes, I think if you have comments about the cost of the contract, what you're doing right now is you're voting on the contract. So this is the issue that is on the agenda is, do you want to override the veto to approve that contract? So I would keep your comments just related to the contract.
I'm saying based on what he just said, bringing race and things like that into this conversation.
Yeah, that's
extremely inappropriate.
Yes, and I would say his comments as to the cost are relevant to the conversation, and the rest are the arguments. But I would please warn everyone to stay on topic. And the issue here is: do you approve the contract? Do you override the veto?
Call for the question.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, let's call for the question here. And this is a yes or no, and we'll go ward by ward.
That's not quite fair right now.
I'm sorry, Ms. Calvin, do you have a comment?
City Attorney.
Ms. Calvin, do you have a comment? Because you're out of order right now.
Point of order. Well, you didn't say that to Councilman Sanchez.
Well, go ahead, ma'am.
You didn't say he was out of order. So, Councilman Sanchez, are you stating that
Ms. Calvin, would you like to state your point of order, ma'am?
My point of order is Councilman Sanchez just mentioned some facts, statements, and I want to know how factual are those statements, and where is he getting that information?
Okay, well, we're not here to cross-examine council members. We're here to conduct business.
But you didn't question his statements a minute ago when he threw out there that this concrete was now going to be taken from an affluent neighborhood now into a black and brown neighborhood, stating that the two places that this concrete will be taken to grind is in the 6th Ward. No, the third one is in Redlands. You didn't say that. You said it's in Redlands. So your point, where did you get that information, and why are you stating that right at this moment? Because that hasn't been shared. That hasn't been shared.
It's
Shall I answer the question?
Ms. Calvin.
Yeah, there are three cement plants in the area where they do crushing on site every day, and they have for years. One is next door to Arroyo Valley High School. One is next door to your neighborhoods, just north of the West Highland Avenue, and then the other is across the street from Redlands in the 1st Ward.
Well, either one of those areas would be in the 6th Ward would be considered industrial areas, right next to a school. That would be the same exact thing. So of course not. We wouldn't want that same concrete to be grinded there.
And that's why I won't support the affirming this contract.
Okay, thank you, council members.
You don't know where it's going. You're speaking out of pocket. Like,
do we know where it's going?
No, so stop speaking to it. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't get to just piggyback with the mayor because it's convenient, man. What is this? Call the vote, man. This is a joke.
Okay, council members, we're going to go ahead and call the roll. If you'll suspend discussion, and we'll proceed with the roll call vote. Ms. Rocha, please call the roll.
Clarify it, please, what we're voting on.
We're voting to either yes or no on the motion, and this is what staff report had suggested to you.
Can you clarify exactly what the motion is? Can we have the clerk read the motion?
Well, and clarification, what a yes means and what a no means.
Okay, first, who made the motion and who seconded the motion? I didn't hear that.
Nobody did.
No one has.
I'll make the motion.
Mayor, I have a comment to
You'll make the motion to what, Fred?
In simple terms, to uphold the veto.
No, that's not the
I have a
question. The
comment,
question is the floor recommendation. So that's why it's simple yes or no.
What
Ms.
comment?
Ibarra, go ahead.
Well, but there are 3 items. Read the whole, I think we ought to read the whole item number 7 that's published on the agenda.
Fred, let's help you a little bit here, folks. This is a
So
hold on.
Well, I really don't like it characterized.
I'm still
like
waiting
that.
for my
Hold on just a moment, please. I'm trying to conduct the meeting. Council members, suspend your interruptions, please. This is a procedural vote according to the municipal code, the second page of the packet material, explained in detail the discussion. And it is a procedural item set before you. The question is, shall the veto of the mayor be upheld? Yes or no? It's a procedural vote. Yes would then continue on with the veto. I'm sorry, Sonia, maybe you can help me on that.
So Mayor, you are correct. This is a procedural vote, but it appears on the agenda as required by your charter and municipal code. So it must appear exactly as it appeared at your prior meeting. So the motion will be either to accept the staff recommendation, which is to approve the agreement, amend the budget, and authorize the city manager to complete the project. Those are the 3 parts as listed on your agenda. So if you make a motion, I don't want to make the motion. One of you.
No, I'm going to rescind my motion because I'm not moving approval
The
on.
chair doesn't recognize you, Mr. Charette. We
I'm
appreciate
rescinding
it.
my motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ibarra, please proceed.
Yes, my only comment I was going to make, out of all the recordings that we have for public speaker today, the people that were supporting keeping the cement piles over at Vermont somehow just did not provide their name. They were anonymous. I find that very concerning. I did find one of them was actually a resident from the area, but I just want to put that in the record that if these are concerned residents, why didn't they at least say who they were?
They don't have to.
No, I've been getting messages that these were all paid speakers, so that is my concern. And I would like to make the motion that we approve the nuisance abatement service agreement.
Second.
Okay, you have a motion and a second, and this, Ms. Rocha, is your turn, and we'll call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sanchez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
No.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes 43 with Councilmembers Sanchez, Figueroa, and Charette voting in opposition.
Thank you very much. I will veto it once again, and
Mayor, you don't need to veto it. What in effect has happened is that because it doesn't have 5 votes to be approved, then your veto stands.
okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to item number 8. This is, so for the record, item number 7, the veto does stand. Item number 8, interpreting services for city council meetings and workshops. This is the recommendation before you. This is packet page 82 to 86, and Mr. City Manager.
Actually, I believe this item is being brought to us by the city clerk's office. So, Genevieve, if you would.
Sorry, it's been a long night. All right, so thank you, Mayor and council members. The discussion item before you was requested at the February 3rd meeting. The request was to bring back options for city council consideration to allow for interpretation services in Spanish, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language, ASL, at the council meetings. Staff reached out to companies that provide translation and interpretation services and asked for informal quotes for Spanish, Vietnamese, and ASL interpretation. Staff also looked into an alternative to ASL services and determined that live English captioning can be implemented fairly quickly with little to no cost to the city. The quotes range from $89 to $150 per hour for the interpreting services, depending on the language. An estimate on interpretation services for future redistricting workshops was also included. The prices are not set in stone, as they may change based on direction provided by the mayor and city council, the length of each meeting, and the number of meetings in which interpretation services will be provided. The options provided on packet page 86 detail the cost and provide additional information for each option. Option 1 provides services in Spanish, Vietnamese, and ASL. Simultaneous services would be provided during virtual meetings and would continue when in-person meetings resume. The cost of providing services for all 3 requested languages would be upwards of $57,000 annually for 24 meetings that consist of only 4 hours in length. The cost could considerably increase depending on the number and length of meetings. Last year, we had 40 meetings with regular and special meetings combined. Staff would also need to determine the feasibility of broadcasting live meetings in 3 additional languages. This may include purchasing additional encoders to live stream each version simultaneously. Option 2 is to provide services in Spanish and Vietnamese with live English captioning. Simultaneous services would be provided during virtual and would continue when in-person meetings resume. The cost of providing interpretation services under this option would significantly decrease from option 1, as staff would utilize the alternative to ASL by implementing live English captioning. The cost to provide services in Spanish and Vietnamese would be upwards of $36,000 annually for regular meetings. Option 3 is to provide services in Spanish with live English captioning. Spanish services would be provided simultaneously during virtual meetings and would continue when in-person meetings resume. Staff would utilize an alternative to ASL by implementing live English captioning, and interpretation would only be provided in 1 language. The cost to provide interpretation services in Spanish would be upwards of $17,000 annually for our regular meetings. Option 3 would follow the language requirements that the city complies with when translating election information for members of the public. The Secretary of State determines the precincts where 3% or more of the voting age residents are members of a single language minority and lack sufficient skills to vote without assistance. Attachment 2 was provided by the San Bernardino County Register of Voters and is the most current list of the amount of limited English proficiency registered voters in the city. All 3 options listed enhance community engagement with the residents and the businesses of the city of San Bernardino. However, staff recommends option 3. As shown in attachment B, the only population that exceeds 3% is Spanish, which illustrates that 15% of the city's residents are registered to vote in Spanish. The number of residents registered to vote in Vietnamese is currently 2,490, which is displayed as 0% of the city's population. There are currently more residents registered in Chinese, Tagalog, and Korean than in Vietnamese. However, data also shows these populations at 0%. Not included in the cost estimate are the headsets the city would need to purchase for interpretation services when in-person meetings resume, and the cost for additional encoders that will need to be purchased to live stream each version simultaneously. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. We'll open it up for discussion, and Mr. Charette, then Ms. Ibarra.
Thank you. Do we know if these services are provided at other official meetings, such as the Board of Supervisors? I don't believe it's done in Congress. I don't know if it's done at the national level. I'm not supportive of any of this stuff. I'm of the old school that this is an English-speaking country, I am, with all due respect to the Hispanic community, which I feel a part of and I support and I admire. I just think that we need to speak English, and there are other means for people that don't speak English to get the information. Again, my question is it done anywhere else that we are aware of here locally, or at a state or national level?
This is a common practice that other
with what, sign language or actual interpretation?
Interpreting services. Typically, though, they are provided as requested. The city of Santa Ana, and maybe Sonia can chime in, they do provide interpretation in Spanish for the entire meeting, and they stream that through their YouTube channel.
But it is generally done at a request.
Typically, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Councilmember Barr, then Councilman Sanchez. Ms. Barr.
Yes, and to respond to Councilmember Charette, yes, I believe also our school district uses interpreting services currently. I'm happy to see this finally come before us. We do have a population that wants to get involved in their local politics, and unfortunately, they have not learned the language. So I just have my quick question, City Clerk. Is the option 3, is that only for 2 hours worth of the meeting, or the amount that's being quoted for us, that only for 2 hours worth, or because our meetings go much longer than 2 hours?
So if you look at the attachment B, or sorry, I'm not sure, that has translation services. So the cost is $150. I'm just looking at the first company, $150 per hour. If our meetings go over 2 hours, we would require 2 interpreters. And so that would increase the cost to $300 for 2 interpreters for a meeting that goes 4 hours.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. Thank you. That's all. No more questions for me.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's important that we distinguish 2 things. In-person translation as opposed to translating for the people who are watching at home or on their TV or on their computer. For in-person, I know we've been gone for over a year. We haven't been doing in-person for over a year, so I think we may have forgotten, but most council meetings, halfway through, there's not even anyone in the audience. The people that are really are being cut off from access to what their government is doing are the people watching at home, who either speak Spanish or who are hard of hearing or are deaf. And so my focus would be on making sure that we have captioning available for people watching at home, whether it's via the website or Channel 3, the public access channel, and then having Spanish. I would prefer voiceover, not captioning, because I read pretty quickly, but even captioning just disappears on you. I would prefer that there's voiceover. And then that we have in-person interpretation upon request for the Spanish. That would be the motion. Well, I would ask that staff come back with a staff report at a future meeting showing us the cost and feasibility of what I just requested right now. So that would be my motion.
Okay, Councilman, thank you. Any other further Councilman Reynoso, go ahead.
Ms. City Clerk, does what you just asked, isn't it going to be provided both ways? Like if you're virtually streaming at home, it will still be translated? Let's say with option 2, for example.
There's different platforms. So obviously we can provide the in-person interpreting services at the meeting. You can choose whether it's going to be ongoing or upon request. For the captioning, we can do that beginning the next meeting. And I'm going to ask the IT director, Mitch, to chime in because this is more of a tech thing. We can do the captioning in English, but as far as the feasibility to provide it in a different language, that would require, staff to look into that further. And Mitch, if you have anything to add to provide clarity on how we would do that.
Okay, thank you. As the signal is generated, we're generating it currently in Zoom, and then we can do closed captioning in Zoom. As we start addressing it in public meeting, we will still have to send out a Zoom session for streaming, and so then that gives one signal over to the IEMG group, and then that goes to both our streaming on the Granicus. It also goes to the streaming on the cable TV. Zoom session does allow for a alternate channel. The question then would be on how to provide that to the local person as well. So that is a Zoom, you could do a second Spanish speaker, and that's a live translation and paid for somebody to do that. And it's kind of like the SAP on a TV channel. And then, but the question would then be, how do we provide that signal to the person in the building if they were doing that? Because we would be having to have one person or a pair of people dedicated to the stream. And if you had, in addition, you wanted somebody live, then that would be additional translation, unless they could Zoom it in the building.
I appreciate that. And I think that a lot of times that maybe in politics, we're afraid to have a starting point to learn like how to make it better. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve option 2 as a starting point, because we have to get some kind of translation services going. That would be Spanish, Vietnamese, English captioning right now.
Okay, the councilman has given an alternate motion for option 2. Is there any support? Seeing none, the motion continues.
I second.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Calvin. More discussion on translation services for option number 2. Floor is open to council members to discuss and ask further questions on option 2.
All right, why are we picking Vietnamese over? I know that there are languages that are more widely spoken here in our city, right? According at least to the data from the county of San Bernardino. I think it's Mandarin or Cantonese that's more widely spoken here. And the requests for ballots in those languages are more common here in the city than Vietnamese, right?
Ms. City Clerk, did you have that information?
Yes, it's on the attachment from the San Bernardino County Register of Voters.
Again, look, we're gonna be in whether by July, if God is my witness, by July we're gonna be in person, and so this whole interface that we're all working on right now with Zoom is gonna be out. So whatever capabilities come with that, I think those are gonna be gone. What we need is for people at home watching who are hard of hearing, or who don't speak English but speak Spanish. I want access for them. And then upon request, if someone is deciding to show up in person to our council meetings at the council chambers who can't speak English and needs Spanish interpretation, then upon request, we can bring an interpreter in.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. There's an alternate motion by Ben and Councilmember Calvin for option 2. If there's no further discussion, we'll take a roll call vote on option number 2. Ms. City Clerk.
Really quick, Mayor, if I may, Councilmember Reynoso, would you be open to having us start with the Spanish interpreting services? Or Mitch, how fast would we be able to implement this with the Spanish translation? I mean, I know that the live English captioning or the open captions, we could do that at the next meeting. So that would take care of the captioning services. How soon would we be able to do this, the Spanish and the Vietnamese?
I believe that we'd be able to do, part of that would be locating the translation staff to do that, to do those portions, and whichever contractual, whichever part's there, whether that can be done in prep for the next meeting versus the one in approximately a month, the second meeting in May. Those would be for one additional language. When we start going to the second language, then we have some additional issues with hardware, which may require the purchase of the additional encoder or other parts, because right now the system allows for one secondary language.
Right. This isn't about like a one-off. This is about being an example for something good, and we need a starting point, and that's why I made the motion for number 2.
Councilman Figueroa, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I know that in the past, at the original City Hall, the lobby area, there used to always be a television out in the lobby. And I was thinking if somebody is present at City Hall that requires Spanish-speaking translation, instead of having somebody either present or however that would work, perhaps we can set up a television out in the lobby area with some chairs and translating in Spanish for that audience person.
Great idea. Great idea. And I would amend my motion to include that.
Okay. And then I also was curious, although it doesn't happen quite frequently, would it also help, or would the service also be provided that if there is a Spanish-speaking public speaker, would it be a reverse translation so that council members can actually understand what that Spanish speaker is also saying during public comments? Okay.
Yes, it would.
So, but Mitch, you said the closed caption. How long would it take for us to have that to where we have closed caption in Spanish?
Closed caption in Spanish or closed caption in English?
I'm sorry. So I thought you had mentioned closed caption in Spanish.
There's no option for that currently being recommended. That's why I'm saying like we'd have to like move forward like based on whatever we'd approve.
Okay, council members, the option is option 2 by Councilman Reynoso and Calvin. And this is option 2 that you're voting on. And Ms. City Clerk, call the roll.
Well, I'm sorry to belabor this point, but option two doesn't actually solve our problem. Because
Then vote no, sir. We're ready. Okay. We're ready to take a roll call vote.
All right.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Charette?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay. Motion fails.
Motion fails. The floor motion by Councilman Sanchez with the second by Councilman Figueroa. Is that right? Councilman Figueroa, is that your second? Okay, would somebody second Sanchez's motion, please?
I move your table.
Which is, that could be good too.
Okay.
Which is?
I'll second the table.
Counts.
Can you say it again, Councilmember Sanchez?
Yeah, City Clerk.
All right, let's call the vote. There's a move to table by Councilman Charette and Councilmember Reynoso to table interpreting services. Ms. City Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Is this the table?
Yes.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
No.
Okay, motion to table fails.
Okay.
Now, can Councilmember Sanchez, could you please restate your motion to get something on the books tonight?
Mr. Alexander, going forward, please go through the chair on your comments. Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, go ahead.
Yes, and I think our city clerk, she's a diligent note taker. Can you read out what my motion was?
I actually asked for assistance of the city attorney.
Oh, well then I'll go ahead and say it then. All right, look, what we need for people at home watching on their TV or their computer to have English captions, Spanish voiceover, and then a TV right next to the council chambers with the captions in English, and then maybe another TV with the Spanish voiceover who can sit there and watch both. That's my motion. If the staff come back with a staff report that addresses those and allows us some options to see what the feasibility first of all is, and then second to give us some numbers so that we can approve that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by
Just a quick
Councilman
question.
Alexander and Councilmember Barr.
Just my quick question. I appreciate those comments, but will we also be able to do this for the people watching from home? With
That was my whole point. That was my whole
Okay.
point for people at home. So the people watching on their TV can pick between captions in English or a voiceover in Spanish. That was my motion.
But we still don't know the cost of that, right?
Well, that's why the staff needs to come back with their report.
So this is a procedural like kickstart to direct staff, and then they'll come back with the staff report on costs and final numbers. So this is just to initiate the study and continue further.
Yes.
And you heard the motion, Ms. Rocha. There's a second by Councilman Alexander. If you would please call the roll.
Okay, Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa.
No.
Councilmember Charette.
No.
Councilmember Reynoso.
No.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 43 with Councilmembers Figueroa, Charette, and Reynoso voting in opposition.
Okay, let's move on to item number 9. This is packet page 87 to 97. Establishment of local campaign finance regulation. The recommendation is there for you, and we'll have a motion or a second. Mr. Sanchez.
Yes. Well, we're going to have to fill in a lot of blanks because there are some blanks in here. And I want to say, first of all, unfortunately, this has all been overshadowed by the Oxbow thing, but this is enormous. I mean, I've been fighting for this for 2 years. This is legacy legislation. We will all be remembered after this, after we're gone. This is what we're going to be remembered for. This is huge. We will be the first city in the entire region to pass comprehensive campaign finance reform. And it wasn't successful before, but we have a council now that I think is mostly on board with that, and we're going to see if it passes tonight. But I would love the honor to make the motion to approve, but we will have to fill in some blanks. So there's yeah, there you go.
There's a motion and a second, and Mr. Sanchez, do you would like to fill in some of those blanks?
Yes. Okay, so I apologize, but we have to pull up the actual. I apologize. Give me a second. We'll have to pull up the actual ordinance. Okay, so if we go to page, is it 3 of the sample ordinance? As you can see, clearly highlighted, we have to put in dollar amounts. And this is the first of 3 steps. So right now we're putting in the blank.
Councilman, this is packet page number 94.
Okay.
Section B.
Yes.
Fill in the blank. What's the amount, sir?
Okay. 250, section B.
Okay. Keep going.
250, section C.
Okay.
Now the D is where the big change is. So right now, as it stands, council member or any elected official who receives a contribution 12 months prior to the decision has to disqualify. And that is going to do nothing but harm us in the long term. What we need is disclosures. So if 11 and a half months ago, we received money, and then today we're going to make a decision on an entitlement, a license, what's the third one? A variance. The individual at the time that we are to discuss the item will say, hello, my name is Theodore Sanchez. I received $4,900 from the applicant on this day. This is the amount. and this is the individual I received it from. It's fully disclosed. People know, but I will get to participate in that conversation. And that in the long term is the right approach, because if we don't, the money will zap out from direct contributions and go into dark money.
Councilman, what's your solution here? Thank you for the.
Oh, okay.
What do you want here?
Yes. So as opposed to remember this is for Section D, no disqualification, full disclosure, and specifically at the time that the item is to be discussed.
Clarify, no disqualification to vote, but full disclosure required.
Exactly.
Thank
full
you.
disclosure
Of the dollar amount. Thank you, sir. Move on to item G, applicant restrictions, dollar amount.
The party proceeding license permit entitlement shall disclose records $250. Yes. And then there isn't an enforceability measure here, but for any good legislation.
Hold on. Packet page 95, top, council members, if you're following, it's $250. And then section number 2.55.030, enforcement. Mr. Sanchez, please proceed. Thank you.
Yes, no good legislation, especially for campaign finance reform, is going to be any effective if there isn't enforcement. So there will have to be policing. What I want is when there is any improprieties suspected from any of the council members, any of the elected officials, either the mayor or any other elected official or staff, if they are so inclined, can refer this to our our hearing officer, our contracted hearing officer, to hear the case, look at the evidence, and then pass a judgment. They will then come back with their ruling to the city council. And if the city council finds that any of the elected officials violated this ordinance, that they be docked 10% of their monthly pay for the month of the violation.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Councilman Sanchez, thank you for your comments. And we ask now that we'll proceed on for deliberation. Councilmember Ibarra, then Councilmember Reynoso. Go ahead, Councilmember Ibarra.
Councilmember Sanchez, I believe originally the plan was to have we were going to follow the state's guidelines as far as contributions went.
Yeah, and we still do, and we still will, even under this ordinance.
Correct, but the state would be the one doing the enforcement, would be able to do the enforcement.
I believe what our Mayor Pro Tem is referring to is that one of the enforcement options is that sometimes cities contract for enforcement with another public agency, or you can also ask the FPPC is now contracting with local agencies to enforce their ordinances.
No, so council member, if I may, council member, when it comes to the limit of $4,900, the FPPC is the enforcing agent. Now, when it comes to this ordinance that we're looking to pass today, the enforcement is going to be us. We have to see when I say, hey, you know what? Council member Fred Charette really screwed up. I'm going to go ahead and tell our we're going to go through the process of reporting him to our hearing officer. The hearing officer will say, Theodore, you're wrong. Fred, Council member Charette did make no error. I will make that recommendation to the council, and the council will take that recommendation, and then we go from there. But remember, there's two parts here. The caps, the 49,000 or the 4,900. That was passed months ago, and that is being enforced by the FPPC. What we have here is the enforcement that will be done through the council and our hearing officer.
Mr. Sanchez, hold on, Mr. Barr. Let me provide some discussion here. The obligation of the elected official is certainly to obey the law, the letter of the law, and the intent and the spirit of the law. There's already guardrails in place by the FPPC. Does your proposition here somehow create duplication, replication, overbearing reporting on behalf of the elected part-time and me as a full-timer? And isn't there a place already in place that would suggest that these guardrails are really, in essence, a duplication? Go ahead.
Yes, and the FPPC does have its rules in place. You do have to disclose. That is true. But the issue with that is there's a delayed effect with the disclosures. So we could be voting on something tonight. I could have taken money. Well, I'll just throw myself out there as an example. I could have taken money on an issue that we're going to be discussing, or a party to an issue that we're going to be discussing tonight. And nobody will know except for me and the applicant until, July 1st, when the FPPC 460 report comes out. And at that point, they'll say, Theodore's crooked. But with this ordinance in place, at the moment of that discussion, we will know. And this ordinance also has the added effect that the FPPC does not have, that will prevent a solicitation of a contribution literally half an hour before we're going to decide on an issue. So those are the added measures to this ordinance. And look, we will be the first city in the region to pass this comprehensive campaign finance reform. And 30 years from now, when this is the shining city on the hill, people say, the city used to be crazy. It used to be the murder capital of the country, and it was mess everywhere, and things have changed. This will be only one of those cornerstones of how we were able to get out of that and become that shining city on the hill.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Ibarra, do you have any further comments or questions? Okay. On packet page 88, the staff report suggests that government section 84308, which is a section and implied by the state, as well as on packet page 87, Assembly Bill 571, in essence has already those guardrails. And furthermore, this is adding more, this technically is adding another section, a brand new section 2.55.020 to the municipal code. So I want to provide some fair balance. Councilman Sanchez, you've had ample time, and we appreciate your passion for this. I think there's a system in place that monitors all this. We have those provisions already in place, and we'll turn it over. Councilman Reynoso, sir, go ahead.
This is much needed. Councilman Sanchez, besides letter D, I wish you had thrown 250 on there as well, because the reality is, if you have a problem accepting donations that are below 250, or you need to go above it, you're not really like grassroots organizing or kind of fundraising. You're going like top heavy, big people. And I want to thank the mayor, honestly, because I think you spurred this. Like, watching you operate has definitely put it in perspective that we need campaign finance regulations. And so if you're willing, Councilman Sanchez, I know you're passionate about letter D. If you're willing to put a dollar amount on that, I can definitely support you.
Oh no! So for me, actually, it would be any amount. If you received $5 in the last 12 months, if you received a packet of ketchup, you have to disclose. Disclose.
I don't know, Councilwoman or Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, the second, if she still wants to bring the second forward. If not, I'll second it.
Councilmember.
You got the floor right now, Councilman Reynoso.
Councilmember Alexander has a question.
I'm sorry, you're not the chairwoman, Ms. Galvin. Stop interrupting.
Don't speak to her like that. Councilman Alexander.
Mr. Reynoso, you'll talk through the chair, sir. You don't address other council members except through the chair. Thank you. Mr. Alexander, go ahead, sir.
Through the chair to Council Member Sanchez. About your enforcement policy, I'm kind of concerned because it seems like if you go through your hearing officer and you say your hearing officer comes up and derives an answer, whether it is an affirmative or negative, and then you take that answer and then you bring it back to the council, and then the council votes on it again. Because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and this is where I could use the help of my colleagues. I mean, we have some brains here on the council.
Because it sounds like even if they came up with a negative and that person is disliked on the council, they can still be found guilty, or an affirmative action can still be found against them. So we have some problems, some procedural problems here that we need to work through on this one. So I don't know if you want to come back with that, come back at a later date so as to find out a better answer, because we can be here all night. Or you're either going to accept the finding of the hearing officer and move forward.
Rebecca Kramer's been trying to be recognized for about 20 minutes.
Okay.
So have I, but I'm not finished yet.
Okay. Councilman Alexander, go ahead and conclude your statements, and then we'll turn to Rebecca.
So may I suggest on the enforcement action that we accept the finding of the hearing officer and report back to the mayor and city council.
I like that.
Councilman Sanchez is affirming that. Okay, Ms. Kramer?
I was just going to add the other alternative, and we have reached out to the FPPC, is what they would charge to provide enforcement of a local ordinance that provides more restrictive campaign contribution limits than what is set by the state. We don't have a response from them yet, but that is a secondary alternative if you did not want to use your hearing officer for that purpose. But we would have to come back with the particulars in terms of their requirements and the process. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. All right, Councilman Alexander, sir, back to you. Does that conclude your questions?
Yes, it does.
Okay, sir, thank you. Any other council members wishing to speak on this matter? Council members? Mr. Charette, go ahead, sir.
I'll just make a comment that I'm not going to support this because I trust myself. I suppose there's a lot of people out there that think I'm in bed with developers and everybody else. But these kinds of what I consider draconian processes to make sure there's no cheating, there'll be a way to figure out around it. There'll be IEs, there'll be dark money, there'll be other things coming on. We should be trusted to do the right thing by the FPPC. We're already covered by the FPPC pretty solidly. And this is America. That's where I don't believe in term limits. Term limits are every 2, 4, and 6 years. People go to the polls, and those are term limits. They vote you in or out if they don't like what you're doing. And as far as fundraising, I've said it from the dais. I'll say it again. I've done it. I've lived it for 13 years. I've told developers, I've told others, you can give me as much money as you want today, and your project will be voted on strictly on its merit for the good of the community. Now, if people think I'm lying about that, then fine. But I've held people to, I held a fairly big public union to a limited amount of money. And they would have given me as much as I asked for, I believe. And they walked for me, they knocked on doors for me, they helped me get elected. And I turned right around within one of my first meetings and voted against what something was that they wanted because it was not good for the community. And it's just a shame, in my view, that we have to put all these guardrails, as people call them, or limits on people because we can't trust each other and we can't trust a lot of bad apples in the political field. So I'm adamantly against, I did finally support the idea of going with the state. I really didn't like it, but I did go along with it. But I'm not gonna, and it's not because I'm trying to raise a lot of money. Anyone want to look at my 460s, they're welcome to, they're public. I don't have any problem disclosing that I've been supported by somebody that I'm voting for or against, either way. But I tell them up front that a donation, whether it be $50 or $50,000, will not buy my vote. And the problem with this country is people's votes can be bought. Though I've put it in mailers, and I live by it every day, I can't be bought and I can't be bossed. You can go back and look at the mailers that I've put out, and that's the way I've operated for 13 years. And as long as I'm in this chair, that is the way I will continue to operate. So I will not be supporting any of this nonsense tonight.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Figueroa, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'm having a little bit of some difficulty supporting this. I'm this close, though. I'm almost there, Councilmember Sanchez. And I think what you're trying to get at is, that somebody coming in the week of or the month of, something coming before the council. And I get that. Look, 12 months is a lot to keep track of. And so that's what I'm having a difficult time with. I'm willing to maybe consider it if it is anything that has come in subsequent to the last 460, because the 460 is already there. It's published. It's information. But I think what you're trying to get at is trying to remove the week of, the month of, anything that's anything that has been contributed right before a decision is made. And I think that's what the spirit of what your intention is. And please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that is the one thing that's kind of keeping me from, because look, we're all busy. We're very busy. And to keep track of the last 12 months, it can become pretty difficult. So I'm willing to maybe consider it if it's, once after the last 460 has been posted, then I might be willing to maybe consider it.
Okay, Councilmember, let's go to Councilmember Calvin, and we'll come back to Councilman.
So what about within 6 months?
Oh, am I being asked?
Councilman
Yes,
Sanchez.
Councilman Sanchez.
Yeah. So Councilmember Figueroa hit the nail right on the head. The real beauty in this really locks us up from preventing the whole night before or half an hour before the council meeting. Hey, can you send me over some money? I'm about to decide on your project. That's what that'll prevent. Really, that's where the magic is. That's where it's real beautiful. I agree with you. I can't even remember what I did yesterday. 12 months is what the
Councilman, we've got a lot of items tonight.
That's better known as a bribe.
Yeah,
I was going to, if I may rudely interrupt here, what you're describing is already extremely illegal, and that should be reported. Please, if anybody's engaging in that should be immediately reported to the Public Integrity Unit, because what you're describing is extremely illegal, and it should not be happening.
Well, as long as there's no clear quid pro quo, we can receive contributions 5 minutes before a council meeting. But look, that's getting into the weeds here. Look, I hear now from 2 council members that they want shorter periods. They don't want the 12 months. I think I heard 6 months. I heard everything back until the last 460 FPPC report. And look, I'm looking to my colleagues as well. Is that where the support is leaning? Is that what people want? Is that what you guys want? I shot for 12.
Councilman, you're almost here what you need, so why don't you just amend your proposition?
All right, that's fine. I can do 6 months.
Thanks for the compromise.
I'll second.
Okay. With those amended dollar amounts, Councilman Sanchez, is that right?
Yes.
And the enforcement, would you like to restate that? Because it's, what about Ms. Kramer's option on getting a proposal or a cost estimate from FPPC?
Yeah, sure. We can, but how do we, we report that to FPPC if someone sees a violation, right? So anyone can do that out in public, an elected official.
And by the way, they can do that already, but yes, to answer your question, yes.
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Bring us both options. Bring us the whole FPPC enforcement or our hearing officer / council enforcement option.
Okay.
All right.
Miss Rocha, are you still alive? Where are you, Miss Rocha? There you go.
I'm right here.
Just my last comment real quick.
Yes, Councilman.
Councilmember Sanchez, I want to support you on this. I think it needs a little more fine tuning. I don't think it's ready for prime time just yet. It needs a little more fine tuning. I want to support you, but as it is right now, I'm not going to be able to support it.
Okay, you have that on a 6-month with FPPC / enforcement through the city. Ms. Rocha, are you clear on the motion? I'm sorry, you're muted.
Okay. Can I read back what I have to you? Can you provide clarification if I'm missing any component of it? Okay. Okay, set the amounts for items B through G on the ordinance at $250. When there's any impropriety from the mayor and city council, either the mayor, any elected official, or staff can refer this to a contracted hearing officer or the FPPC. Accept the findings and report back to the mayor and the city council. Anything that comes subsequent to the posting of the last 460 report. This is kind of where I got lost.
Yes, well, actually, there's something we missed. On D, we're basically striking D. So remember, we're not going with disqualification. We're going with disclosure. And instead of the 12 months, it's the 6 months that my colleague, Councilmember Figueroa, had suggested, and as well as my colleague, Kimberly Calvin.
So just to make clear, you're striking subsection D in its entirety.
Yes. It's about disclosures. We need to know if people have been receiving money recently.
And for all of the sections that were mentioned.
Hold on. I was muted. Hold on. Theodore, this is getting more complex and confusing, and I'm trying to stay with you, sir. You had suggested that we strike the dollar amount in D. Miss City Attorney just said you're striking the entire thing, and then you said yes. So which is it?
Yeah, I apologize. I mixed up C and D. There's a lot here. There is a lot. So
I
D
understand what you're trying to do, and I'm taking notes. So,
City Attorney, I'm just trying to seek clarification. So, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. What is it that you? I thought you said you're going to eliminate the dollar amount and just move it down to 6 months and a full disclosure on D.
So no. So in actuality, D is a disqualification. So no, we're striking D in its entirety, and it's actually C that it's any amount has to be reported in the previous 6 months.
I rescind my second. I'd like to make a motion to continue the item because that's too much, man. You go all over the place.
All right, Councilman Reynoso.
I second that. To continue.
Okay, great. Let's continue it. Ms. City Clerk, there's seems like consensus. Call for the roll on continuance.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Councilmember Charette.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yes.
And Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, the motion to continue passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you. Item number 10, this is administrative policy, packet page 98 to 112 in your staff report. The motion is there before you. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilman Reynoso, go ahead, sir.
I had some just quick questions about like who would be qualified as city staff to be a supervisor. Should they be working, let's say, for a council member or volunteering for a council member? Who would they be answering to?
Mr. City Manager, you want to tackle that?
Yeah, the staff report actually is prepared by Adelia Eveland. Eddie.
Of course. So, like in the council's office, Cheryl would qualify as a supervisor.
Okay.
Or in the office of the mayor, I know that there's a reporting structure where ultimately staff reports to the office of the city manager through Rebecca. So the intent of the policy is to establish clear lines of a supervisory. It would also be important to consider that under the city's anti-harassment policy, volunteers are considered employees as part of that policy, even though this is a volunteer policy, right, for unpaid, to include your interns that are unpaid as well. I hope that provides a little bit of clarity.
That did, and I appreciate it. I think this is needed. I also don't want to let this be a one-off for our intern policy. We still need an intern policy. I understand why it was gone because of a lot of accusations, but I would like to anybody, if they're open to seconding, because this is basically structured to be how we do with commissions. Like we would all get one, and the mayor would get two. I recommend that we either all get one, which I don't think is realistic. I would rather have us all be entitled to two. So I'd like to make an amended motion to entitle us to 2 volunteers, if that's possible, per council member, and the mayor included.
Alex?
Okay, Councilmember Calvin, go ahead.
If I can just make a point that I'm really concerned with the mayor being given any interns when all of his staff, he was stripped of all of his supportive staff. So did we reverse that decision? So are we saying that interns or volunteers cannot be subjective to ill treatment, or the reason why his staff was removed?
Well, that's really not the matter before the council today.
Well, we're talking about you being assigned 2 interns or 2 volunteers, and I'm trying to protect us any further from any possible litigation. So what are we?
That's why this policy's in place, Ms. Calvin. The policy's in place. If you read your backup material, there's guardrails in place for this.
I don't see where are the guardrails?
Well, you read your packet.
I've read the packet. Where are the guardrails?
I'm not going to answer that, Ms. Calvin.
Okay.
Let's take a vote.
Again, this is something that we all, as council members, need to be very concerned with, placing supportive staff inside of the mayor's office.
Well, you should support your mayor with resources and tools to do my job. Mr.
You've had those. You've had those.
I'm sorry, Calvin. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Calvin. Mr. Charette, go ahead.
Well, I tend to, I don't agree with just singling out one person. I don't think, I'm concerned already we're using the term volunteers versus interns, and I'm very concerned about this issue. I think there's no need for any of this. Again, I just think we're making government bigger. We have part-time jobs as council members. And anyone that didn't understand the responsibility of a council member when they ran shouldn't have run. If they said they can't do it because they got a full-time job in the daytime, I'm not trying to disparage any of my colleagues that have full-time jobs and are working. But this idea of having chiefs of staff and volunteers and who knows who they're working for, and they're going to work for somebody that we're out of control, people. Folks, we're out of control with all these the things that we're trying to do, and we are not taking care of some of the really big and important items that are going on in this community, with increased budgeting and with increased funding coming in, and a downtown that needs to be developed, and a murder rate and a homicide rate that's off the scale, and other large issues. We're spending an awful lot of time worried about things that we shouldn't be worrying about, and bogging down staff, having them check into things so that 7 council members can have outside offices, inside offices, chiefs of staff, volunteers, and all this other stuff that's going on. This is out of control, and I'm not going to support this either. And it's not that I don't think volunteers are good, and we appreciate anyone that wants to volunteer their time and help out. But this isn't about really volunteers. This is about getting council members, staff, people that they can work with and have be their gopher, their chief of staff, their administrator. They're going to read their agendas for them. I don't get all of this. That's why I've been begging for a session for role setting, not setting. The roles are set. Role understanding. Understanding what our role as a policy setter in this community and what a council member's role really is. And it's not to direct staff, and it's not to tell everybody, this is out of control.
Okay,
This
thank
is
you.
really out of control.
Thank you, Councilman Charette. Thank you, sir. We had a role workshop on April 15th, so thank you, Councilman Charette, for.
That was weak if at best.
Well.
And I think we got another one coming, and I hope it's going to be better.
Okay, Councilman Reynoso, Councilmember Ibarra. Sir, go ahead.
I appreciate Councilman Calvin's comments. City Attorney, and I guess Eddie, if you can answer it as well. Is it legal to, based on its public information, that there are ongoing litigation versus a member of this council? Is it possible that we would all be able to still have it while one person, like something to be written in, that while that's happening, you're not allowed to have anybody in there? Like for one individual?
Well, this is a policy, so the city council can make whatever policy it wants to. A volunteer program is legal, and who you want to have access to them is a council decision, in the same way that you've made decisions as to who should have staff and who should not.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to amend the staff report to add 2 volunteers per council member, and while the mayor is currently undergoing litigation for harassment and things of that nature, that it is forbidden for him to have volunteers during the course of the trial.
Second.
Ms. City Attorney, this is now proceeding into litigation discussion, and I would caution the council to discontinue the use of.
The conversation is over. Let's vote.
No, it's not over, Ben.
Words, Chair.
You're out of order. Just a minute. You don't get to just talk indiscriminately. Keep clapping, sir. I mean, I know that you see this as a joke, but this is litigation and it's ripe. And so I would caution the city council from continuing conversation. This actually should probably proceed into closed session matter. Who had their hand raised? Ms. Ibarra, was that you? Go ahead.
On my end, I appreciate that we're having the MVP policy. However, I'm also not comfortable with us having any volunteers at this time. I myself have been a council person for over 2 years now, and I rely, and our staff has been great. They've been successfully helping every council member on our end. I don't know why we need more additional volunteers. So I would probably, if it's amenable, I'll do a substitute motion that we not recommend volunteers at this time for the elected officials.
That move to table?
I move the table.
Is there a second? Mr. Charette, you're muted.
I know, second.
Okay, move to table. No further discussion, Ms. City Clerk. Call the roll on move to table.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Nay.
Okay, the motion to table passes 4-3 with Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra and Councilmembers Reynoso and Alexander voting in opposition to table.
Okay, thank you very much. This is public hearings. Item number 11, accessory dwelling unit ordinances. The recommendation is there before you, and
Who to approve?
thank you. Is there a second?
Question.
Is there a second?
I have a question for staff.
And we do have
Reynoso, is that a yes that you're seconding?
Yes, but I think we have public comment?
Okay, so that's a second from Ben, and Ms. Ibarra, please go ahead.
Yes, so for our city staff, I had a question. Somebody had approached me. Where do churches fall under? Like what category?
Churches.
Yes, social service, the churches, public assembly.
Social service. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
That was my only question.
Is there public comments, Miss City Clerk?
We didn't receive any written public comments, but we did receive a request to speak, and so once you provide direction, I can call them.
Okay, please introduce them.
Just one moment.
Okay.
I'm not available right now.
Okay, the caller that requested to speak was Ms. Maribel Nunez, but she did not answer.
Okay. Does that conclude public comment?
Yes.
All right. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, item number 12, draft fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan associated with a partnership of community development block grants, home investment partnerships, and emergency solutions. And this is approximately 10:44 p.m.
Point of order, Mayor, before you proceed. Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to have to abstain from this item.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. This is approximately 10:44 p.m. The item before you is number 12. I'll entertain a motion if there's a motion.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Go ahead, Councilmember Barr.
Yes, my only comments, I believe some of this came out from that meeting, Mayor, that you were not supposed to be in. There's some comments in there regarding how some CDBG money is supposed to be used on a specific street.
I can address that, Ms. Ibarra. I'm happy to address that.
If I have the floor right now, if I may.
Go ahead.
I would like staff to come back for other recommendations of other streets that need to be fixed along residential areas, not just what it was proposed at that meeting. And we should be looking at residential streets that have been neglected for many years, not just because one member was in attendance and that was a recommendation. So I would recommend that the city staff come back with that CDBG proposal.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Calvin, to be clear. Is that a second to Councilman Sanchez?
No, Ibarra.
Oh, okay. Councilman Sanchez, sir?
Yes, there is not one bit of input that was made at that committee meeting that is reflected in this report. Not one. Am I correct?
It's a staff report.
Yeah, the staff report doesn't reflect any input that was made at that committee. So what's the
let me address that, council members. Ms. Ibarra, thank you for bringing that to light. The meeting was held with Brown Act provisions. The public was noticed appropriately. We've had, subsequent to the meeting, we've had some new refiners. And so the recommendation is public, it's public knowledge. It's there before you. You have the ability to strike through anything here on the floor. If you come prepared to do that, then I would urge you so as to not continue to just move this further down the line. This is a public meeting, and this has been in accord with what proceedings we have.
Can we make
Correct, Mayor. Mayor, my understanding was that you were not supposed to be in that meeting, and Councilwoman Calvin was not there. There was only one member that had a lot of input as an elected official. So if we can just strike out K Street and have city staff come back with other possible streets that could be used for the CDBG funding.
Well, it's really the council's full discretion here. That's why it's before you, Ms. Ibarra. But
correct. And I believe you also got notice from our city attorney to not be in attendance for that meeting.
No.
Council, if we could just have staff give a brief overview of what's presented for you this evening so that we can talk about that. If you want to recommend changes, we can certainly consider that. But please let staff just walk very quickly through what's recommended. And also please keep in mind that the committee meeting that was held, no recommendations were recommended by staff, were changed as a result of presenting the information at the CDBG committee. So I just want to be very clear about that and allow staff just to give you a quick overview of what's being recommended and the steps that have been taken to this point, and then you can decide if you want to make a alternate recommendation to come back with.
All right, Ms. Gallegos, please proceed with your staff report.
Okay. I'm kind of speechless right now. I apologize to my director and my housing manager that's listening right now because I got a little bit thrown off. I came prepared this evening to give a brief presentation, PowerPoint presentation of what we're doing this evening. So I don't know if we want to go through that PowerPoint presentation or should I just go right into what our recommendation is for this evening?
Go ahead and just do your staff, what you came prepared to do.
If you just want to give a brief overview of what the recommendations are and proceed.
Will do. So before you this evening, it is recommended, and we're recommending that the mayor and the city council for the city of San Bernardino conduct a public hearing on the review of the draft number 1 of fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan associated with the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Home Investment Partnerships, and the Emergency Solutions Grant Program.
And Maria, can you please walk through the things that are recommended and the steps that have been done in terms of the community meetings, specifically for the community outreach component for the recommendations that are brought forward?
So if you see in your packet, I did provide a spreadsheet of the activities that we are recommending for funding. So the city will be receiving $3.259 million in CDBG funding, in home $1.6 million, and in ESG $344,903. On February the 16th, a meeting of the CDBG committee was held to review the proposed 21-22 action plan with only one member present. And that was Councilman Juan Figueroa. After receiving the staff presentation, Councilman Juan Figueroa requested that consideration be given to including the paving of K Street from Mill to Hillcrest Streets on the project list. While the K Street location is in a CDBG eligible area, staff recommends proceeding with the proposed projects as they are each associated with a planned infill housing project, providing a greater cumulative positive impact on the identified neighborhoods in alignment with the focus of the source of funding. The pavement of K Street can be considered under the city's broader fiscal year 21-22 CIP plan. And the three, I don't know, should I keep going further, Rebecca?
Yes, please just give an overview of each of the things that you've recommended so that council can make a final decision.
Okay. As you can see in the spreadsheet, we have 20% of the CDBG funding is going to be allotted to admin. The Section 108 repayment loan has been funded for $772,323. The micro enterprise program has been recommended for $35,000. The fair housing program for $73,000. A small business microloan program in the amount of $230,979. Overall public facilities for $1,496,626. For the home funds, we have $1,665,707 for, $139,571 allocated to administration. We have the Arrowhead Grove Phase 4, recommended $385,870. An infill housing project, we have $25,000. Second Park Housing, $431,266. The East Point Community Home Ownership for $214,000. And an affordable housing project for $470,000. Those are all under activities under the home grant. And last but not least, the Emergency Solutions Grant Fund, which is also known as ESG. We are setting aside $21,784 for administration. And for homeless services overall, $323,119. So that is the overall funding recommendation that we are taking to HUD for fiscal year 21-22.
Ms. Gallegos, how many buckets of administrative dollars? You mentioned, I picked up 2. Are there more?
So for CDBG, it's 20% of the total allocation. And for home, I believe it's 10% of the total grant, and ESG, it's 7.5%.
So there's 3 buckets of CDBG monies as an umbrella for administrative. And if my numbers are right, it's almost about 37% if we max out.
Oh, it's by grant. It's by the classification.
No, I understand, but it's 20. And then what's the second bucket?
It actually goes down. It doesn't go up.
I understand that.
So for CDBG, it's 20% of the overall grant.
Okay. Second.
For home, it's 10% of the overall grant for home.
Okay, we're at 30%. Okay.
And for ESG, 7.5%.
So
is what we
aggregate
have.
total, I understand, it's 37.5%. Mr. City Manager, what are you doing to somehow consolidate and cut expenses? And do we currently have, CDBG staff to administer and oversee, and why such a high number?
Okay, so first of all, I have to gently correct that it's not 37.5% of the total. It is 20% of the CDBG allocation. It is 10% of the home allocation and 7.5% of ESG. That does not add up to 37.5%. It actually adds up to less than 20%. So 20% is the max. So our total allocation under CDBG, I think, is what, 3 point. So I mean, if you add it up,
259.
yeah. So
it's incorrect to aggregate all amounts.
It's you'd have to do a calculation of the admin set aside for each grant, and then add them up, and then you could divide it into the total and to find the total percentage of admin set aside, but it's considerably less than 20%. And if you want us to do the math really quickly, we can do that. I mean,
Yeah, why don't you do that? Because it's inconsistent with the numbers that she's providing here.
And if I can add, Mayor and members of the City Council, those are the costs for the city to administer the programs. That's the staff that manages these programs. That's the staff that has to do the reporting. Those are our costs to administer these programs. So I do want you to keep that in mind.
Well, let's be fair and honest here. The threshold is up to 20%. The threshold is up to 10%. And the threshold is up to 7.5%. There's no requirement that we spend all that money. And in fact, we could lower that at our discretion and expend more money on services like pothole repair, park bench installation, et cetera.
Difficulty is that this is an extraordinarily difficult program to administer. And we do not have the staff to administer it now. So if you do not administer it properly, HUD reaches in and takes your money back. We have got to have adequate staff to track expenditures, to track all the projects, and ensure that we are complying with all the miscellaneous regulations associated with the community planning and development program.
Are we floating more positions to hire more individuals to assist the CDBG?
Yes, we are. We're in the process of hiring people now. And it's not just CDBG, it's home and ESG. So yeah, the answer is yes. We do need to do precisely that. We are way understaffed, and we will ultimately be harmed by. The city will be penalized if we do not meet the requirements of the HUD regulations. And HUD is very vigorous in the way that they administer the program. So yes, no, we have got to have adequate staff. We do not have adequate staff now. We also can't provide adequate service through those programs if we don't have staff to dole out the money under home and ESG, for example. I mean, home is used for a variety of purposes, but it is critical that we have adequate staff to do all the record keeping and reporting and management of the programs. So yes, we're actually hurting ourselves by not having sufficient adequate staff.
Councilmember Alexander, then Councilmember Ibarra. Go ahead.
Through the mayor to the city manager. So that 20% is paying for the new personnel that's coming aboard. That 20% for CDBG, that 7%, 10% through home, and that 7.5% through ESG. That is paying those salaries.
That is correct.
That's all I want to know.
Ms. Barr.
Yes, back to that spreadsheet staff that we have right now. Step up on second, the 75,000, what is that, just the salary for an employee or two employees? What exactly is that 75,000 for them?
So the 75,000 is to operate their program that they're offering, and we do street outreach. So the 75,000 will pay for the supplies that they're providing to the homeless that they come in contact with. So they have supply kits and also bus passes, motel vouchers, etc.
Can you just provide a brief of the kind of assistance they've been providing, though? Because on my experience, I've tried reaching out to them before with homeless out in the street needing help, and I never got a call back. So I'm just wondering if we're just paying their salaries or they're actually out there.
No, none of that. None of those monies go towards salaries. It strictly goes towards supplies and what's being provided and given to the homeless individual.
Okay.
And for the benefit of the Mayor Pro Tem also, there's actually two staff members that actually do come into office and do engagement with the public. They're in our office on a regular basis. We have an office assigned to them to provide those services. So they're in our building providing those services, counseling, providing the necessary applications, plus they're also out on the street.
I must know. I've talked to those two individuals, and that's not what Step on Second does. If I had my way, Step on Second would be gone because they have two individuals for 62 square miles. They're not out every day dealing with the homeless issues of the city of San Bernardino. So we need to reconsider Step Up on Second and find another vendor that provides better services for our city when it comes to the homeless issue. Second on Second is not doing the job. I've talked to them on more than one occasion. Do they have an office? Yes. Are they out in every field every day? No, because they have to do admin work. They have to do other work. They're not out there. And not only did Councilmember Ibarra try to call them and not get an answer, I've tried to get them to come up on the 7th Ward to do work, and they're vacant or absent there as well. So Step Up on Second is not doing the job.
Can you provide me with the phone number that you're trying to call so that I may reach out to them?
I don't have the phone number right with me because I am not at home right now, but I will definitely give you that information.
If you can do that as tomorrow if possible so that we can reach out to them.
Shouldn't you have that information already? They're a vendor with the city.
No, if you could provide me with the phone number that you're calling, so that way we can see if it's the correct number, or if we can find out what the problem, or if there's, we need to find out.
It's the right number.
Maybe not just the phone number.
I called the number on Google search.
It's the right number.
Well, the
It's
people.
just this-
Who are the
this-
people
this-
you're talking to? Give them the names.
Like I said, it's the right
Yes, I
number.
called the number, Miss Maria. I called the number on Google search for their office. It was a voicemail. I left the voicemail. Actually, our own PD helped the homeless individual. I never got a call from Step Up on Second, and I left them a voicemail around 4:30 p.m. on one weekday.
Okay.
Councilwoman Ibarra, Step Up Second is not set up to be a sort of call-in response system for the public. They do outreach. They have areas that they cover. If you call us and you tell us who you have, then we probably have more success at reaching them. But they are not set up for handling calls to come in and say, I saw someone, or this is a situation. They actually do have to identify folks, approach them, and then they do have to do the administration work, because the ESG grants require that they enter every person that they come in contact into the HMIS system. So administration is a huge portion of it. If we don't do it, HUD comes back and says, that person wasn't eligible to receive dollars because you didn't put them in HMIS. So administration is crucial, and yes, it does take a lot of time. And they have been one of our most successful providers in getting people off the streets and into housing.
Okay, and if they have been, why do we still have the high amount of homeless? I'm seeing the same thing out here. It's just, I don't feel like we're really.
Homelessness is an issue that is quite complicated and isn't attributable to any of our service providers. It is not their fault that there are homeless people in the city.
And I know I've asked that. And in the past, I've asked that these outreach coordinators go with our quality of life team to make contact with our homeless. And that's not happening either.
And in the past, I've explained that that is not the role. They are not the extension of the police department. The homeless person does not see the police department as their advocate. So they have to be separate in order to be successful.
We're not asking them to be part of the police department. We're asking them to be, like you said, an extension of the quality of life team.
That is
Quality
the
of life
aspect that the
team is
homeless
composed of separate.
Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Charette, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Greta. You all just made my point about roles and understanding our roles as council members. We're not talking directly. I mean, I'm not saying we can't talk directly to a vendor, but if we're talking to a vendor, we got a problem, and we just bring it up tonight at a meeting and saying, I'm talking to somebody, I can't get any responses. Well, that should have gone straight to the city manager, or straight to the housing director, or straight to Greta, or straight to somebody. That's not our role. And directing Step Up, and they're doing a great job in LA. Why can't they do it here? Is it because of our policies, because of our procedures, because we're getting involved at levels that we shouldn't? That's my point exactly. We are a policy setting body, and we need to be communicating with our staff and letting them do their job. And we're out there, 7 people, directing vendors quality of life teams and what have you. We're out of control. I've said it how many times tonight? But this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. And I think I know of what I speak. I've been around here for a long time, and y'all don't, maybe have a lot of respect for me. That's up to you. But I've been right on a lot of issues. And I'm telling you, these roles that we are currently playing or trying to play are out of the guardrail. That's not our job.
I made a call as a community member, council member.
You're not a community member anymore. You're a council member. You're a council member. Understand that. You've got to divide your roles.
From a homeless person.
That's not here to discuss that tonight. You're not calling someone as a community member. You're calling them as a council member. And they don't understand that.
No, I did not.
And it's got to change. We've got to get a hold of what we're trying to do as a city. We're micromanaging from this dais, and it's wrong, 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 and we can't do it. We should be holding our staff accountable. We should be giving them input. We should be giving them information that we gather. If they don't respond, then let's fire them. But we're not doing their jobs. And you all tonight have made my point exactly.
All right, thank you, Councilman Charette. I'm sorry, and I apologize. I don't know who I'm going to call next because I just had to use a boys' room. Councilmember Calvin, I think Councilmember Reynoso had their hands up. I don't know. Councilmember Calvin, go ahead, ma'am.
Councilman Charette, what I believe Councilwoman Ibarra and Councilman Alexander are saying is that they are doing their due diligence in making sure that the services that we hire, organizations that we hire, are actually doing their job. If you want to call that not doing their role or doing what they're supposed to do.
It's not our role.
Excuse me.
It's not our role.
Well, that may be your perspective as how you run your ward and what you feel. But if they are calling because they have constituents who are needing assistance and they are doing what they feel they need to do in order to help their constituents get that type of service, and it is not happening, then it is still their responsibility to come back to council or go to Mr. Huntley or Gretel or whomever and bring this information to the table. Because if we are going to continue to contract with them, then they had better be doing their job. Simple as that. Now you're free to express how you feel about it, but I think that your tone that you're taking with Councilwoman Ibarra is not necessary. Just because you disagree, it's not necessary for you to talk to her in that manner or say that they're not doing their jobs. We need to do more of that in all actuality, sir, because all of our wards have tons of homeless people. And if we are not doing what we're supposed to do to make sure that the agencies that we contract with are doing their job, then you're right. We're going to continue to be a city full of homeless constituents.
Okay, where are we on all this, folks? Is there a motion?
I move to approve the action plan as presented.
Councilwoman Ibarra, didn't you already have a second? A motion?
Ms. City Clerk, can you clarify what's on the table?
So there is a motion by Councilmember Ibarra. Did someone second that motion?
What's the motion?
The motion is to strike K Street and have staff come back with recommendations for other streets that need to be repaired in that area and to look at streets that have been neglected for several years.
What?
K Street isn't on the report. That's the craziest part. K Street isn't even on the report.
Yes, it is.
It is not a recommendation. It was
I
not.
make a substitute recommendation that we approve and our motion that we approve staff's recommendation.
Yes. Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. City Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa is abstaining from this item. Is that correct? Okay. Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes 4-2, showing Councilmember Figueroa abstaining, Councilmembers Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra and Councilmember Alexander voted in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. We now transition to our consent calendar. The following consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial.
Mayor, we're on item 13 now.
More public hearing.
Oh, substantial amendment.
Yep.
Move to approve.
Great.
Second.
All right.
Mayor, can you please open the public hearing?
Yeah.
Sure, it's 11:12 p.m. and I open the public hearing. We'll suspend the presentation. Is there any public comment, Ms. Rocha?
No, there isn't.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilman Charette with a second by Councilman Sanchez.
Reversed, I think.
Okay, whatever. We have the motions. Call the roll, Ms. City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're at the consent calendar, folks. The following consent calendar presented tonight's April 21st meeting. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon at one time without discussion. Any item may be removed by a council member for discussion. Council is acting in all capacity with respect to its actions on these consent calendars. Is there a motion for approval?
Move
to approve the second.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, call the roll.
What just happened? Point of clarification.
We asked if
Well,
we
you
have
ought to probably ask for any polls.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
Thank you.
it's the prerogative of the chair. You guys got to announce it. The
Wow.
burden's on you.
I have polls.
Yeah, come on, man.
Well, go ahead and state them because these are non-controversial items. Go.
Number 20, and I have a comment just real quick, Ms. City Clerk. I know you got a lot on your plate right now. The minutes, there's just like little typos. Like I'm referenced as like the 6th-ward council member and things like that. Just for public record's sake, just give it a comb over. I understand though. I'm not faulting you. I know.
Do you know, can you tell me, I apologize for that. Do you know which
Offline.
set of minutes?
Yeah. Can we do this
That's fine.
offline?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Calvin, your polls.
Councilmember Reynoso pulled 20. I had a question on 26. And 31. Oh, it's just reconsidered. That's it.
You want to pull those two items?
Councilmember Reynoso already pulled one of mine. So number 30.
So 20, 26, and 30?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion by Fred and Ben on the balance, on Fred and Ted on the balance. Ms. City Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 20.
Okay. Thank you. Director Huntley, I saw the recommendations noted appropriately in the staff report in the beginning before their contracts and resumes are based on. I just wanted to emphasize to the community first that we were diligent in this. We understood that a lot of the local nonprofits didn't have the window to apply for it. We had extended that, but the reality was the real translation local nonprofits wanted was to be the boots on the ground. And most of the nonprofits we spoke with are okay with the Inland SoCal United Way being the facilitator. But that brings me to my important question, Director Huntley, which is there's a mechanism based on what you said that wants to be included in there from our recommendations that this will actually, if approved, that they will be contractually bound to work with nonprofits locally, correct?
You are correct.
Okay.
But the language is, but that's not how it's written though.
Hold on, Ms. Calvin. Mr. Reynoso, does that conclude your comments?
Yes, I defer to Mike.
Okay. Ms. Calvin, you recognize. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, but that's not how it's written, Mr. Huntley. And I wanted to also make mention when it says consider prioritizing the city of San Bernardino, not sure exactly what that means, or consider a separate call center number for the city since the existing 211 line is already overburdened. We said that we will make sure that they included a separate line for the city of San Bernardino, so our residents will be able to get directly through and not have to be on that overburdened 211 line. But it is critical that the community does know that Councilwoman Ibarra and Councilmember Noso and myself was sitting down with you and Ms. Noble, and we appreciate that time that you all have given us so that we could voice the concerns of the community local CBOs, that contracting, Inland SoCal contracting with our local CBOs so that we could expedite these funds getting into our community. And because Inland SoCal doesn't really know the community as our locals do. And so we wanted to make sure that this was something that our locals would be able to be contracted. This money would be able to get into the community as expeditiously as possible. Correct?
Yep. Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a motion for approval on staff's recommendation?
Director Huntley, these will all be contractually bound, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
These will all be contractually bound, those bullets in the staff report.
Correct. So these are, so yes, even as part of the RFP for Inland SoCal United Way, they did indicate in the RFP that they would work with them. So that'd be yes. Again, the only thing I can't necessarily say 100% is this or the United Way is working with multiple jurisdictions. The county will do the best we can to help them prioritize us, understand they're balancing multiple jurisdictions. So so the only thing we need to work a little more diligently with them on is to prioritize the city of San Bernardino, and we'll work with them on that, even if it means that and their RFP does indicate they'll have 6 case managers. So I think all things being equal, we'll be able to get the boots on the ground and provide that assistance and work with the local CBOs.
And upon approval, how fast can people get their money for, this is the rental assistance program we're talking about?
So that's what we're working through with them right now. Gretel's going to be working with them to execute the contract, get their boots on the street, and get the applications all ready to go. As you indicated, we want to make sure we get it both in English and in Spanish and get those out on the street. So once we get the contract executed, we'll report back to the council committee and the council at large with the next steps and when we anticipate getting the money out on the street.
Mr. Huntley, has the council committee met on this matter?
Yes, they have. We'll have had a number of meetings with them. We did share the RFPs. They went through them and they provided a recommendation to staff, which is presented to you tonight.
And what are the audit functions of the original intent of the formation of the meeting? How are we monitoring the audit capacity of this council committee? We work directly with the committee, just like we would with the CDBG ad hoc committee, where we present the information, we go through it, and then they provide a recommendation to us, and then with that, we present that to council for your consideration. Mr. City Manager, the intent of formation was that there would be an auditory component to this. So how are you making sure that this, which was sold to the public and passed, what are the auditory functions and how are you overseeing and monitoring the enforcement of the intent of this formation?
We have staff who's dedicated to that exact function. We will be providing that reporting out on a regular basis.
And so any recommendation from the committee would still come back to the full council if there's a policy decision to be made. And we will be reporting to the full mayor and council on all the activities of the program regularly. And
are all the meetings available to the public for the public to have an agenda and be part of this discussion at council level?
I believe this is a different type of committee. This is a council committee, not an ad hoc committee. So the meetings we have are discussions associated with the program, the funding, And they did assist us with going through the RFPs and coming up with a recommendation to City Council. So,
How are they noticed, Mr. Huntley?
well, again, I'd have to refer back to the city manager. I mean, this is a council committee.
Yeah, no, these are not public meetings. So you designated 2 staff members, and you designated by action of the council with your resolution 3 council members to go through the RFPs, make a recommendation to the mayor and council, which is being made to you tonight. You as a body are making the decision.
So is there,
the council committee, it's not a council committee, it's a committee made up of 2 staff members and 3 council members, and that recommendation is presented to the full body for a decision.
So is the agenda, there is an agenda?
We do not, this is not the
intent of that committee. Their recommendations, they went through the review just like we would do normally, but we had members of the council per the resolution that was established by the mayor and council. They went through, made a recommendation that's presented to you as a body, and the decision is being made by you as a body.
Who are the members of the committee?
Members of the committee include Councilman Amoroso, Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, Councilwoman Calvin, staffing is myself, and the housing manager, Gretel Noble.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councilman Charette.
Yeah. There used to be we used to have a number, and again, maybe I'm missing something and I've missed something or can't remember it, but the standing committees versus the ad hoc committees, it was my kind of understanding that most of those committees made up of council members were advisory only, and that they were generally public meetings that had to be posted and all that. Now, I know we've had that discussion, and I just don't remember right at this moment exactly which ones are exempt from a posting and a 72-hour posting and agenda and all that. So I don't mean to open up a can of worms, but it seems to me that any subcommittees of the council ought to be open to the public. And it's just not one of those, apparently.
Yeah, so let me just real quick. Standing committees under the Brown Act are subject to the Brown Act. They have to have agendas posted. But what you're talking about tonight is a committee that the city council formed consisting of its own members and staff members to do one thing, to go off and study this one issue and to come back and make recommendations, which they've done. So it's operating more as an ad hoc committee under the Brown Act. So it does not have posting requirements or public meeting requirements.
Thank you for the clarification.
And Sonia, the duration of this special ad hoc committee, who determines when their study session is over?
Well, I said they function similar to an ad hoc committee, but they're not even an ad hoc committee. They're comprised of less than a quorum of the city council, and they have 2 members of staff. So this city council basically said, go off and go do some homework, go into the details, and come back and bring us a recommendation, which they've done.
And the resolution that was adopted by the mayor and council stipulated that once the funds were expended, that this particular committee would be dissolved. So it is temporary in nature.
And there's almost $6 million in this account.
Make a motion to approve the staff recommendation. Your name will be.
There's a motion.
Second.
I'll second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 26, amendments to Public Works. Ms. Kelvin, you pulled it? Ms. Kelvin, you're muted.
Yes. I wanted to know why were all of these placed together for one item? Should they have not been separated? Ms. Jensen?
Good evening, Councilmember Calvin. So because these were all first amendments to vendor service agreements, we were and we're looking to approve just the compensation amounts on these agreements. The funding was already approved through the mid-year budget adjustment. Just trying to consolidate. I know that it was a lot. I know that we have a lot of staff reports that come through, so we were trying to kind of just package things that were similar in nature. And because these were all vendor service agreements, that's the only reason that they were placed together.
Okay.
Move to approve by, I'm sorry, Councilmember Calvin, are you done?
I was just going to ask you, was it the same reason for 30? Because we can lump both of them together then, and we don't have to go
Okay,
through them
great.
separately.
26 and 30, is there a motion to approve?
I'll approve it.
Second.
All right, call the roll, Ms. City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously for item 26 and item 30.
Okay, thank you very much, council members. Due to the outcome of item number 7 on tonight's calendar and the status, I'll be removing item number 31 from tonight's calendar. We'll proceed on to items to be referred to committee. Any council members? Okay. Reports on conferences or meetings. All right. Thank you all. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Councilmember Kelly.
I have my hand up for
You
items to be
recognize now.
considered for future meetings. I believe that in August, when we have our National Night Out, I believe that some community members or PD has been speaking with some community members. And it has been discussed that with some of the leftover funds from the buyback, gun buyback program, that we use this as a incentive to light up San Bernardino, buying some porch lights, solar lights that can be used for homes to place at their doorways to light up San Bernardino. And also the $4,000 worth of the gift cards that was left over, that we might think about instituting a cleanup program for the homeless to be able to, for the homeless to be able to earn. So for instance, at Succumbee Lake, if we were to assist the homeless with an incentive of being able to receive a gift card, if they were to buy into cleaning up Succumbee Lake, and we providing the bags, this way they would take some responsibility. We would then come out and give them a gift card for cleaning up their area. And I think that this is a good idea and a good way to also use these gift cards, because we definitely know that they are in need of them. Some of them are maybe for clothing stores, food, fast food restaurants, so on and so forth. So just a thought.
I support it.
Thank you, Council Member.
And certainly support bringing it back for discussion. Yes. That's what we're doing, right?
Most definitely.
We have a
Okay,
consensus.
I think you have consensus, so staff, please take note. Mr. City Manager, for future meetings, I also requesting that we have an update on demolition cost. You made a commitment to the community on financial forecast and the modeling requested by Councilmember Calvin. And so I'm requesting that be item placed on the upcoming council meeting.
Yes, we're aware and have been working with Finance Director Barbara Whitehorn on that exact issue. So we'll bring that back.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Sanchez, sir, go ahead.
Yes, on items to refer to a future agenda item. Let's bring back that item 9 on the campaign finance reform. We had a little bit of a hiccup, but this is huge, and I think most people are on board. But
Mr. Sanchez, it's already been so ordered with the movement.
Oh, okay.
Continue,
all right.
So we have direction. So thank you, sir. Okay, we do have public, Councilmember Figueroa, sir, go ahead.
Real quick, Mr. City Manager, if we could, we're quickly approaching the midpoint for the Renaissance ICO. I'd just like to get maybe an update as far as, what's the status? How's that going? Is it moving in a positive direction? Are we making any progress? Because I think we're closely approaching that midpoint pretty soon. That's all.
Yeah, okay, we'll bring that back to the next meeting.
Thank you, council members. We have 25 more public comments. And Ms. City Clerk, if you would please roll the tape on the items not on the agenda.
Courtney, if you could please play the remaining public comments.
Hello, my name is Ileana Massengil, and I always call to suggest or to complain about something. And this time, I want to say my comment and my feelings about the street vendors. I do not like to see street vendors everywhere. On the corner, there are these people selling fruit and coconuts and oranges and flowers. Every other corner there is one. Okay? At the exit of the freeway, the same thing. Okay? Asking for money, and many of them are undocumented illegals. Why do they come here to ask for help if we cannot help ourselves or our homeless people, American citizens and veterans? Why we don't take care of them first? Now, the vendors on the street, okay, on Highland Avenue, getting close to that casino, okay, they leave a mess everywhere. I have seen them. Sometimes they have their little children in the stroller. They leave the diapers there. I have passed by, walking just by clothing. And anyway, they don't even wash their hands after they change the diaper. Okay, that is no good. I like my city of San Bernardino and the whole county to be a clean, spotless clean city and county. Please do something about it. Do something about it. You guys have the power. That is why we vote for you. Okay, myself, I vote all the time. Why? Because I am a resident of the county of San Bernardino and the city of San Bernardino, and I have been living here for 45 plus years. Okay, and no, I do not like to see a messy city, and we are getting more and more and more undocumented. All that street vendors is an invitation for undocumented to come more and more and more and more. And that is not right. That is not right. That is why we have so many drug addicts also. Okay? I retired from the county hospital emergency room, and I saw it every day for 25 years, 10 hours at night. I saw, okay, drug addicts, okay, undocumented. No address. No, I don't know my address, and the bill was paid by the taxpayers, like me, like you, like your brothers, sisters, parents.
Hi, this comment is for open session, and it's not an item number. It's just wanting to give a shout out to our Parks and Recreation staff, specifically the staff at Ruben Campos Community Center. They are amazing. They've been offering these workshops, and my kids love going there. Thank you guys for offering this, and I really do appreciate it. Bye.
Hi, my name is Chanel Guerrero with Stronger Together Now, and I'm calling for the open session to request all council members work to find funding to support the San Bernardino street vendor community. Friday, April 16th, the San Bernardino police criminalized street vendors by citing misdemeanors. 2 of the business registration department staff also put folks into further poverty. It is racist and it's shameful that the city staff are criminalizing small businesses that contribute to the local economy. We call on the San Bernardino police to stop all enforcement operations immediately until the city and community work on solutions that are accessible to vendors. The police department uses nearly 80 million of the city budget, 11 times what has been spent on housing and community development. COVID-19 has greatly impacted our communities, and we need to focus on how to recover. Additionally, SBPD has not been following COVID-19 public health protocols. Why are they now being tasked with upholding public health? I asked the City Council to amend its code and to remove enforcement power from the police who have proven that their goal is to further criminalize communities of color. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Faneli Milan. I'm a community organizer. I work in San Bernardino, and I'm calling for the open session to request all council members find funding to support the San Bernardino street vendors community. I'm calling to ask for the City Council to amend its code and remove enforcement power from the police who have proven that their goal is to further criminalize communities of color. I'm also asking for the San Bernardino police to stop immediately all enforcement operations until the city and community work on solutions that are accessible to vendors. I just feel pretty, I think it's shameful. I'm very frustrated right now, and I think it's shameful for the County of San Bernardino to be harassing our street vendors. These are people that are either unemployed because of the pandemic. These are people that have kids that depend on their parents, to bring home, money for them to survive. I just can't believe that our police department has been used to harass our community. Please stop doing this. Please allow us time to do a further outreach with our street vendors. I'm just, like I said, I'm very frustrated, and I'm asking for the police to stop harassing street vendors immediately. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Jason Adadas, and I'm calling to lodge my complaint against the dumping of hazardous material that needs to be announced for the open session of the San Bernardino Council meetings. So I am complaining against and would like for this material to be removed from the North Palm Avenue area. It is really inconceivable and a terrible thing that you were able to dump all this material that will endanger the health of the residents in this area. So the material must be hauled away in exactly the same manner it was first brought into this neighborhood. The suggestion by some to first grind the material within some enclosed space is absolutely not acceptable, as there is no guarantee that the particulates will not pollute the ground or the air. The opposition to hauling the material is ridiculous. Some people have opposed that because of the fumes from the many trucks that would go by again. So they did not think about the time when the materials were first brought into this area. There were the trucks going up and down the streets here. Furthermore, there are also hundreds of trucks that travel on I-215, and they spew out fumes all the time. So every legal effort should be made to hold those responsible for this travesty, including the developers and the mayor, for threatening the health of the residents in this area. Costs for hauling the materials away and other legal costs must not be passed on to the residents of San Bernardino. We don't want to be remembered in history as somebody who were not taking care of our city residents. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Hurtado. I'm with the Rampart Youth Alliance. We are stationed at 3041 North Sierra Way in San Bernardino. I'm calling for all the open session to request that all city council members find funding to support the San Bernardino street vendor community. And on the evening of Friday, April 16th, that the San Bernardino PD stop criminalizing street vendors by citing misdemeanors. Well, actually bring attention that they were cited for misdemeanors and have gone against a lot of work and like effort to bring the street vendor community and like the immigrant community together to support and create pathways for folks to kind of be entrepreneurs. It's really shameful that like the city has kind of walked back on its promises, and PD continues to break its promises in terms of what they're going to use in terms of the budget and their time allocated. They have an $80 million budget, and they're still responding and citing street vendors for just basically contributing to the local economy and trying to like make ends meet during the pandemic. I'm asking the city council, and we're demanding that the San Bernardino Police Department stop all enforcement operations immediately, and really wait until like community members can create pathways to make like vending work like accessible for folks. I asked the city council to amend its code and remove law enforcement from enforcement power from the police, which again have abused and wasted not just their time and energy and their budget, but also like the time and energy and the emotional energy of like local vendors trying to make ends meet.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Mendoza, longtime resident of San Bernardino, and I'm calling because I want to get rid of that Oxbow cement pile. It's just making our city look worse, and there's no need for it. I think it was illegal in the first place. Thank you.
This message is for Councilman Figueroa. My name's Alicia Campa. I'm a 32-year resident of San Bernardino. I live in the North Verdemont area. Myself and my family are demanding the concrete at the top of Palm be removed from that land. Grinding would spew silicon dust into the air we breathe that would be detrimental to everyone's house that live up here. No grinding of concrete. Remove concrete from our community. This dump is right up the street from Palm Elementary. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Claudia Bautista. I work in San Bernardino, and I am calling for the open session to request all council members work to find funding to support the San Bernardino street vendor community. On Friday, April 16th, the police criminalized street vendors by citing misdemeanors. Two of the business registration department staff also put folks into further poverty. It is racist and shameful that the city staff are criminalizing small businesses that contribute to the local community. We call on San Bernardino Police to stop all enforcement operations immediately until the city and community work on solutions that are accessible to vendors. The police department uses nearly $80 million of the city budget, 11 times what is spent on housing and community development. COVID-19 has really impacted our communities, and we need to focus on how to recover. Additionally, SBPD has not been following COVID-19 public health protocols. Why are they now being tasked with upholding public health? I ask the City Council to amend this code and remove enforcement power from the police, who have proven that their goal is to further criminalize communities of color. Again, this is Claudia Bautista, and I work in San Bernardino. Thank you, and have a good day. Bye-bye.
My name is Javier, and I am calling for the open session to request all council members to work on funding to support the San Bernardino street vendor community. On the 16th, the San Bernardino police criminalized street vendors by citing misdemeanors. Two of the businesses' registration department staff also put folks into further poverty. It is racist. It is shameful that the city staff are criminalizing small businesses that contribute to the local economy. We call on the San Bernardino police to stop all enforcement operations immediately until the city and community work on solutions that are accessible to vendors. The police department uses $80 million for the city budget. That's too much. That's 11 times what it has spent on housing and community development. I ask the City Council to amend its code and remove enforcement power from the police who have proven that their goal is to further criminalize communities of color. We understand that law enforcement only wants to protect those that have the means, but we're not going to stand up to the oppression. Hola, mi nombre es Javier y estoy hablando para la sesión abierta de la Junta. Vivo en San Bernardino y quiero dar un comentario para la sesión abierta de la Junta del Concilio. Estoy hablando en apoyo a los vendedores ambulantes de la ciudad de San Bernardino. Este viernes la policía y la ciudad dieron multas injustas a trabajadores y trabajadoras ambulantes que solo buscan ganar el pan de cada día. Pónganse en sus zapatos. Todos necesitamos ganar dinero para existir. Entonces exigimos la comunidad, todos nosotros, que termine la intervención policíaca y sus multas, que las multas no acumulen réditos y que no nos obliguen a firmar un contrato de compromiso forzado. Estaremos al pendiente de todo lo que pasa en la ciudad de San Bernardino. Cuando el pueblo se une, cosas pasan. Gracias.
Just to provide a quick summary of that. So my name is Javier. I'm calling regarding the open session of the meeting. I'm a resident of San Bernardino, and I want to express my support for these sidewalk vendors of the city of San Bernardino. Last Friday, the police and city issued unfair fines to the sidewalk vendors. Sidewalk vendors are only trying to earn money. The community demands police to stop fining sidewalk vendors. Fines should not accumulate revenue, and we should not be obligated to sign a contract. We will be waiting to see what happens in the city of San Bernardino. When the community joins together, things happen. Thank you.
Hi, this public comment is for the open session tonight. My name is Athena Tan, and I work in downtown San Bernardino at a county agency. I'm calling to urge council members and staff to please work with and in support of our local street vendors. For many of us working at county agencies, street vendors are among the key community members that we work with, serve, and advocate for, so it's really contradictory to have local police out there attacking them, criminalizing them, and subjecting them to bureaucratic procedures that they can't afford. Small entrepreneurs are part of the backbone of our community. We can't build a vision for the future of San Bernardino if we don't even recognize the strengths that our city already has. Please remove street vendor code enforcement power from the police and work on a plan with street vendors that centers them as the valuable members of our community that they are. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Flores. I am a social work student at Cal State University, San Bernardino. I have been assigned to community advocacy projects along with 5 others from my cohort. Our team name is Celebrating Diversity. We have chosen to focus on advocating for a recently introduced bill, House Resolution 67. This resolution acknowledges that child poverty prevents children from reaching healthy development and an economically secure future. It also encourages all levels of government to enact and support anti-poverty policies and programs. Please support this resolution and spread the word. Thank you.
Hi, my name is José Díaz. This is a comment for el comentario público. Y quisiera decir lo siguiente. Estoy hablando para la sesión abierta de la Junta. Soy un trabajador de la ciudad de San Bernardino y quiero dar un comentario para la sección abierta de la Junta del Concilio. Estoy hablando en apoyo de los vendedores ambulantes de la ciudad de San Bernardino. Este viernes la policía de la ciudad dieron multas injustas a trabajadores ambulantes y por lo tanto de alguna manera exijo primero que se termine la intervención de policíaca y las multas, que las multas no se acumulen réditos puesto que no se tiene los recursos económicos para pagar y que no se le obliguen a los vendedores ambulantes a firmar un contrato de compromiso forzado. Gracias por tomar en cuenta este comentario.
I don't have a summary for that one. That one was missed, but he is essentially stating the same as the prior speakers. Sorry about that.
Buen día.
Hello, my name is Amalia Partida, and I am a student at Cal State San Bernardino, working on our community advocacy plan. I'm just here to speak about the benefits of House of Representatives Bill 67, because it could be the first step into initiating a bill that will help relieve children and family poverty. As mentioned before, the House of Representatives 67 does not create programs or direct funds to address poverty, but has potential to open the door to creating a bill specifically for funding. The children are our future, so we must do the best we can to give them a bright future. Nutrition is one of the leading signs of poverty, but with the school lunch programs, children will be able to fill that specific need during school hours. Some students are not able to gain access to new materials for school, so without materials, they are unable to fully devote themselves into school. Because of COVID-19, it is hard to know which child is in need. Since we are getting closer to returning children in their schools, we will start noticing which child needs more help regarding supplies or materials. How can you help? We recently opened an Instagram account for the community of San Bernardino to follow and keep themselves updated and see programs. Also, the community can assist us with spreading the news about House of Representatives 67 in order to pass into Congress. The community can also help one another by socializing in school events and exchanging contacts. Teachers can have open communication with their students so they can better understand on how to help and possibly introduce families to programs that are available. Thank you so much for hearing us out, and I just would like the support, if you guys can, and spreading the word for House of Representatives Bill 67. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bryant Vargas. I am here to make a public comment on issues of adult and child poverty. I am part of a student-led team named Celebrating Diversity from California State University, San Bernardino. And I wanted to share some poverty statistics with everyone in the audience and City Council. Over 140 million Americans are considered poor or one emergency from being poor. According to the official poverty measure as of 2019, 34 million Americans were living in poverty, and that includes 11 million children, 1 in 4 Black, and 1 in 5 Hispanic American, Indian, or Alaskan Native children were considered poor compared to 1 in 12 white children. 1 in 7 children live in poverty, and more than 4.5 million of these children live in extreme poverty. In 2019, 35 million people, including 10 million children, were deemed food insecure. Since the start of COVID-19, we have seen the virus affect residents of color in the Inland Empire at disproportionate rates. According to the CDC, Hispanic Americans are on average 2.3 times more likely to contract the disease, and working-class Hispanic immigrants were over 11 times as likely. Hispanic residents in the Inland Empire are overrepresented in essential and frontline positions, which have seen huge layoffs and bouts of unemployment. And this pandemic has shown a light on the real cause of these issues, which we believe to be adult and child poverty. My team supports House Resolution 67 because it calls for the following: increased wages for working families and improved tax credits to ensure more low-income children and families benefit, boosting nutrition and housing assistance, expanding subsidized jobs with special attention to the needs of young adults disconnected from school and work, and providing access to reliable child care, increasing funding for, as well as broadening inclusivity of and strengthening basic need programs like Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, Temporary Assistance for Needing Families, the Child Tax Credit, the Earned Income Tax Credit, and Housing Assistance. House Resolution 67 itself does not create any programs or direct funding to address poverty, but we see it as a call to greater action. The bill has only been introduced and referred to the House Committee on Oversight and Reform. If we wish to eliminate poverty, then we have to prioritize it at the national level, and this bill does just that. We urge City Council and residents of San Bernardino to examine the full text of the bill and then to reach out to their representatives to lobby for this bill. Only through collaborative and concerted efforts will we defeat the behemoth that is poverty in the wealthiest nation on the planet. To access the actual bill, please go to congress.gov and search House Resolution 67, or you can follow us on Instagram at Social Work Students to track the progress of the bill. Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone.
Yes, my name is Mary Jo, and I have been a resident of San Bernardino for 68 years. I live in the North End, and I have yet to see a council meeting to come face-to-face in person. I would like for you to open up the council meetings so we can see what's going on rather than have our mayor walk off and leave a blank screen. I think that's real important to get back as best we can to normal rather than hide behind these screens. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Galloway. This is for the open session, and I am a student with Cal State San Bernardino. Also a partner of Celebrating Diversity, which spoke prior to my spiel that I'm going to give. But we are reaching out solely to try to gather information regarding issues surrounding COVID and poverty within the city, specifically data that supports our mission in ending both child and adult poverty, as well as resources and partnerships. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought child and adult poverty to a forefront of national conversations. An unprecedented amount of funding at both federal and local levels have been mobilized to confront the excalibration of issues related to poverty, but we have yet to see an authentic effort to tackle poverty nationwide from a policy standpoint. So during this school year, we've been challenged to take on a community advocacy project, my team, myself, Celebrating Diversity, and we chose to advocate for a small residential community near downtown San Bernardino, but all of our efforts would affect most of the city or the entire city. And our team resonates with the city's mission into being a support for the residents there. So we want to spread awareness to the House Resolution 67 and just ask that you spread the word. And you can follow us on Instagram at Social Work Students. Thank you.
This is Cheryl Brown, and I'm a resident of the 6th Ward of San Bernardino and have been a resident since 1958. I noticed that there are groups of people who are coming in the city of San Bernardino, some of them even renting offices and even hiring a few people who are getting grants and getting payments to help our community. This has been happening for a while, but access to people who have found out about what's available and what the need is here in San Bernardino has increased. I've been in the city, graduated from high school here, Valley College, and Cal State, and I'm really tired of elected officials and some community individuals selling out the citizens. There are results to being, there are well-intentioned people coming in, but there's others that are just pulling down another grant for their new project. San Bernardino gave $3 million that was for Sabita. They gave that to the county. The Boys and Girls Club of San Bernardino, they gave that to Redlands. Now we have the city of San Bernardino giving $6 million to the SoCal United Way. We have a problem in San Bernardino. We have our own United Way, and we have a black who heads it up. San Bernardino, get on the ball. Please stop giving away our resources. What's going to happen with that $85 million that's coming in? What is going to happen whenever all that money goes back out to somebody else's community? Thank you.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Renato González. Soy residente de San Bernardino por más de 15 años. Solamente para hacer un comentario público, estoy en el apoyo a los vendedores ambulantes y pido que la policía pare de enforzar las multas hacia estas personas. Y creo fuertemente que son una oportunidad muy grande de fortalecer la economía de San Bernardino. También pido que las multas no sean acumulativas o que sigan incrementando, que tengan hasta una tarifa final o una tarifa base. Pido también que la policía no forme parte de estos operativos, puesto que no es su labor, y yo como contribuyente aquí en San Bernardino, ellos también dependen de que yo siga pagando mis impuestos, puesto que lo llevo a cabo. Estoy hablando de la sección abierta de la Junta de Concilio. Bye.
Hola, mi nombre es Gustavo Gómez Rosado. Estoy hablando para la sesión abierta de la Junta. Soy trabajador de San Bernardino y quiero dar un comentario para la selección abierta de la Junta de Concilio. Estoy hablando para el apoyo de los vendedores ambulantes de la ciudad de San Bernardino. Este viernes la policía y la ciudad dio multas injustas a trabajadores y ambulantes. Exijo, 1, que se pare la intervención policíaca y las multas. 2, que las multas no acumulen réditos. Y 3, que no nos obliguen a firmar un contrato de compromiso forzado. Espero su respuesta. Gracias y que tengan buen día.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mariela y estoy hablando para la sesión abierta de la Junta. Soy residente de San Bernardino y quiero dar un comentario para la sesión abierta de la Junta del Concilio. Estoy hablando en apoyo a los vendedores ambulantes de la ciudad de San Bernardino. Este viernes la policía de la ciudad dieron multas injustas a trabajadores ambulantes. Exijo, 1, termine la intervención policíaca y multas. Número 2, que las multas no acumulen réditos, por favor. Que no nos obliguen a firmar un contrato de compromiso forzado. Ojalá y tomen en cuenta mi comentario. Muchas gracias. Bye bye.
Okay, just continue with the other one, Courtney.
Hola, mi nombre es Joana Rubio y estoy hablando a la sesión abierta de la Junta del Concilio. Estoy hablando en apoyo a los vendedores ambulantes de la ciudad de San Bernardino. Este viernes la policía y la ciudad dieron multas injustas a trabajadores ambulantes. Exijo que por favor terminen la intervención policíaca y las multas, que las multas no acumulen rédito y que no los obliguen a firmar un contrato de compromiso forzado. Que por favor mejor apoyen a un programa para que los vendedores ambulantes puedan sacar sus permisos a un precio considerable y fácil. Muchas gracias.
Okay, the Spanish speakers you just heard, Renato Gonzalez, Gustavo Gomez Rosado, Mariela, and Joanna Ruby, all spoke in support of the street vendors and asked for police to stop fines against them. The street vendors are helping the economy. They're requesting that the fines not accumulate revenue. Fines should have a set rate. And Mr. Gonzalez added that police should not be involved in this process. And Ms. Ruby asked, please help implement a program to help street vendors obtain a low cost and set rate vendor permit. That concludes the public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Charette,
just a quick clarification.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious as to why those were split. Maybe I missed
items not on the agenda versus items on the agenda.
Well, there were a few that were on the, okay.
Well,
all right.
I want to apologize for that. There's several comments that are coming in. They're not identified in any way. We have to go in there and listen to each and every one and then categorize them. So that's...
I understand. Thank you. I just wasn't sure. I thought that was the case, but then they weren't all that way. So no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council members and viewing audience. We want to close in the memory of Dennis Charette, who is a long time, born and raised in San Bernardino, contributed more than 50 years of...
It is Denny, not Dennis.
Denny.
So thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Denny Charette. And so we will close in his honor. And Councilman Charette, our thoughts, my prayers, thoughts are with you and your family as we close in his memory.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.